What if Harry Potter was heir of both Loki and Odin and Asgard had a civil war over him? Chapter 1, The Night the Sky Cracked. So, picture this, it's the middle of July, dead of night, and the humidity in Little Whinging is thick enough to chew on. Most people are asleep, dreaming about tax returns or lawn maintenance, but Harry Potter? No. He's wide awake, sitting on the roof of number 4, Privet Drive, staring at a street lamp like it owes him money. He's not brooding. Okay, maybe he's brooding a little bit. It's been weeks since the Department of Mysteries, since Sirius fell through that veil, and Harry is running on a cocktail of grief, insomnia, and pure, unfiltered adrenaline that just won't quit. He feels like a pressurized soda can that someone shook up and left in the sun. His skin feels too tight. His magic is buzzing under his fingernails, itching to blast something. Downstairs, the Dursleys are snoring. Vernon's probably dreaming about drills. Petunia is probably dreaming about bleaching things. Normal. Boring. Then the air pressure drops. It's not a subtle thing. It's like being in an airplane when the door blows off. The sound of the crickets just cuts out instantly. The street lamp flickers once, twice, and then explodes in a shower of sparks. Darkness slams down on the street, heavy and suffocating. Harry is on his feet before the glass hits the pavement. Wand out. Posture low. He's not scared. Honestly. He's relieved. Finally, something to hit. A crack of displaced air echoes from the end of the driveway. Then another. Then 3 more. 5 figures in black robes materialize on the manicured lawn. Death Eaters. Bold move, coming here. Usually, they hide in the shadows, but this feels different. They aren't sneaking. They're forming a firing squad. And leading them? That wild hair, that cackling laugh that haunts Harry's nightmares. Bellatrix Lestrange. She looks thrilled. Absolutely giddy. But she's holding something weird. It's not a wand. It's a gauntlet. A massive, intricate piece of silver metal wrapped around her right arm, pulsing with a dull, rhythmic orange light. It looks ancient. It looks wrong. It looks like something that eats magic for breakfast. Itty bitty baby Potter, she shrieks, her voice tearing through the silence of the suburbs. Come out to play. Harry doesn't shout back. He doesn't ask what they want. He just jumps off the roof. He lands in a crouch on the lawn, the impact jarring his knees, but he ignores it. He raises his wand, aiming right between her eyes. You picked the wrong house, Bella. Did I? She grins, raising that gauntlet. The Dark Lord has new toys, Potter. Gifts from friends in high places. She thrusts the gauntlet forward. Harry expects a spell. He expects green light or red sparks. He casts Protego, putting everything he has into the shield. He's expecting magic. What he gets is a beam of concentrated destruction. A beam of pure, concussive heat blasts out of the gauntlet. It hits his shield and shatters it like it's made of sugar glass. The force throws Harry backward 10 feet. He slams into the Dursleys' prize-winning hydrangea bush, snapping branches and getting dirt in his mouth. The beam continues past him and hits the garage. Boom. The garage door doesn't just break, it disintegrates. The family car inside explodes into a fireball that lights up the entire neighborhood. The shockwave rattles the windows of the house so hard 2 of them shatter. Holy shit, Harry coughs, scrambling to his feet. That wasn't magic. That was artillery. Vernon is screaming inside the house now. The neighbors are waking up. Chaos is starting to bubble, but Harry tunes it out. He locks eyes with Bellatrix. Like it, she cackles, aiming the gauntlet again. It's hungry, Potter. It wants a taste of you. Harry's heart is hammering against his ribs, but it's a weird rhythm. It's slow. Heavy. Thump. Thump. Something inside him snaps. Usually, when he fights, he's reaching for his wand, channeling magic through the wood and phoenix feather. But right now, the wand feels slow. It feels like a straw when he needs a fire hose. Bellatrix fires again. Harry doesn't dodge. He doesn't cast a shield charm. He instinctively throws his left hand out, his empty hand, and screams. No. The air in front of him ripples. It doesn't glow blue or white. It turns a swirling, chaotic green. The beam from the gauntlet hits the green ripple and stops dead. It's like the energy is being caught in a net. Bellatrix's eyes widen. What? Harry feels a headache splitting his skull, but it's accompanied by a rush of power so intense it makes his teeth ache. He feels a laugh bubbling up in his throat. A manic, jagged laugh. He pushes his hand forward. The captured energy in the green net spins, twists, and then fires back at the Death Eaters with double the force. Bellatrix dives out of the way, screaming. The two Death Eaters behind her aren't so fast. The reflected blast hits them and they vanish. No bodies. No blood. Just gone. Vaporized into ash that scatters in the wind. Harry stares at his hand. Smoke is rising from his fingertips. Okay, he breathes, his voice shaking. That was new. The remaining Death Eaters look terrified. Even Bellatrix looks rattled. She scrambles up, her dress singed. Kill him. Kill the half-blood freak. They start firing curses. Avada Kedavra. Crucio. Confringo. Harry is moving before he decides to. He's faster. Much faster than he should be. He's weaving through the spells like he's dancing. The world seems to slow down. He can see the trajectory of the curses before they even leave the wands. He points his wand at the ground. Confringo. But he doesn't just want the ground to explode. He wants it to bite. The pavement cracks open, but instead of just debris, jagged spikes of earth shoot up like sharp teeth. They tear through the robes of another Death Eater, pinning him to the fence. Bellatrix screams in rage and charges the gauntlet again. It's whining now, a high-pitched mechanical squeal. I'm going to flay you alive, she shrieks. Harry looks at her, and he feels that weird presence in his head again. It's like a second voice, whispering instructions he can't quite hear but understands perfectly. Close the distance. Trick her. Break it. Harry sprints. He doesn't run away, he runs straight at her. Bellatrix fires. Harry dives, rolling forward. As he comes up, he isn't where she thinks he is. He's 5 feet to the left. No, wait, he's still running at her. There are 2 of him. Bellatrix falters, confusing flickering across her face. She fires at the Harry on the left. The beam passes harmlessly through him like he's a ghost. The Real Harry, eyes glowing a brilliant, toxic emerald green, slides into range on the right. He brings his wand down like a hammer, smashing it directly onto the glowing crystal of the gauntlet. Break! He pours every ounce of that strange, new, heavy magic into the strike. The gauntlet overloads. The crystal cracks. A pulse of raw, uncontrolled energy explodes outward. It knocks Bellatrix into the street. It knocks Harry back onto the lawn. But the energy doesn't dissipate. It shoots straight up into the sky. A beacon of pure white light piercing the clouds. The sky answers. The clouds above Privet Drive begin to swirl. Not like a storm. Like a whirlpool. Thunder cracks, but it sounds like a hammer hitting an anvil the size of a mountain. Crack boom. A beam of light, thicker than a house and brighter than the sun, slams down from the heavens. It hits the street right where the gauntlet energy was venting. The Bifrost. Harry knows what it is, even though he's never seen it. The word pops into his head instantly. Bifrost. The gravity on privet drive reverses. Cars start floating. The mailbox rips out of the ground. Harry grabs onto the grass, digging his fingers into the dirt, but the pull is irresistible. Bellatrix is clawing at the asphalt, screaming as she gets dragged toward the beam. Master! Help me! Harry feels himself lifting. His glasses fly off his face, but, weirdly, his vision doesn't blur. It gets sharper. He sees the panic in Bellatrix's eyes. He sees the burning wreckage of the Dursleys' garage. He sees Petunia standing in the doorway, mouth open in a silent scream. Sorry about the garden. Harry yells, because he's delirious and the adrenaline is making him insane. Then the light takes him. It's not like apparition. Apparition feels like being squeezed through a tube. This feels like being fired out of a cannon at light speed while listening to a heavy metal concert inside a tornado. Colors flash past him. Stars. Nebulas. Things that look like giant roots of a tree the size of a universe. He feels his body being stretched, compressed, and reassembled. His skin burns. His scar, the lightning bolt, feels like it's splitting open. But it's not pain. It's connection. It feels like a plug being shoved into a socket. Images flash in his brain. A man with one eye and a golden spear, looking sad. A man with a silver tongue and a crooked smile, laughing in the dark. A city of gold burning. A throne empty. Wake up, boy. The voice in his head roars. Claim it. Harry slams into solid ground. And by slams, I mean he creates a crater. Dust plumes up. Stone shatters. Harry lies there for a second, groaning. Every inch of him hurts, but he's alive. He pushes himself up. He's not in Surrey anymore. He's standing on a bridge. But not a London bridge. This thing is made of iridescent crystal, shimmering with the colors of the rainbow, but it's cracked. There are chunks missing. He looks up. In the distance, there's a city. It looks like something out of a dream, or a very expensive movie set. Massive golden spires, floating towers, waterfalls cascading off the edge of the world into space. But it's not beautiful. It's burning. Columns of black smoke are rising from the city. Flak explosions dot the sky. Strange flying ships, like Viking longboats with jet engines, are dogfighting overhead. Laser blasts, or magic blasts, are tearing chunks out of the architecture. What the hell? Harry mutters, wiping blood off his lip. Contact left, a voice bellows. Harry spins around. He's not alone on the bridge. About 50 yards away, there's a barricade made of rubble and overturned carts. Behind it are men and women in mismatched armor, leather, chainmail, bits of modern tactical gear. They look rough. Dirty. Desperate. Opposite them, advancing down the bridge toward Harry, is a phalanx of soldiers. These guys look pristine. Gold armor, red capes, tall shields, glowing spears. They move in perfect unison. The guys in gold stop. The leader, a massive dude with a helmet that covers his entire face, points a spear at Harry. Identify yourself, mortal, the leader booms. His voice sounds mechanically amplified. You are in a restricted combat zone of the High Lord tier. Harry blinks. I'm Harry. I just fell out of the sky. Can someone tell me which way is the train station? The leader doesn't laugh. Hostile entity confirmed. Midgardian interloper. Execute. The entire front row of gold soldiers levels their spears. The tips glow hot red. Whoa, hey. Harry raises his hands. They fire. Blasts of red energy streak toward him. Harry moves. He doesn't think about it, he just reacts. He dives to the right, rolling over a chunk of crystal. The blasts scour the spot where he was standing, leaving melted glass behind. Okay, rude. Harry yells. He pulls his wand. Stupefy. The red jet of light hits the lead soldier in the chest. It should have knocked him out. Instead, it splashes against the gold armor like water against a rock. The soldier doesn't even flinch. Magic-resistant armor, Harry grumbles, scrambling behind a pillar as more shots chew up the ground around him. Fantastic. Love that for me. From the barricade behind him, the ragtag group opens fire. And they aren't using wands. They're using crossbows that shoot bolts of blue lightning and, are those AK-47s? Yeah, someone is firing a literal assault rifle at the gold guys. Cover fire, a woman shouts. A hail of bullets and lightning bolts pings off the golden phalanx's shields. It doesn't do much damage, but it distracts them. A massive guy from the rebel side vaults over the barricade. He's huge, bald head, tattoos everywhere, wielding a double-bladed battle axe that looks heavy enough to crush a car. He charges the gold line, roaring. For the All-Father. He slams into the shield wall. Crunch. He actually knocks two of the gold soldiers back. He swings the axe, cleaving through a spear shaft. Kid, the big guy yells at Harry without looking back. Get behind the line or get dead. Harry looks at the big guy, then at the 20 gold soldiers advancing. He looks at his wand. I need something bigger, he whispers. He remembers the feeling from Privet Drive. The weight. The green fire. The voice in his head. Don't ask for power. Take it. Harry closes his eyes for a microsecond. He reaches inside himself, past the fear, past the confusion, grabbing onto that burning core of energy he never knew he had. When he opens his eyes, the world looks different. He can see the ley lines of magic flowing through the crystal bridge beneath his feet. He can feel the hum of the energy in the soldiers' spears. He stands up from behind the pillar. Hey! Goldilocks! Harry shouts. The leader of the gold squad turns. Die, filth. He thrusts his spear, firing a massive bolt of energy directly at Harry's chest. Harry doesn't dodge. He catches it. He catches the bolt of pure magical energy with his bare left hand. It sears his palm, but he clamps his fingers shut. The energy hisses, struggles, and then dies, absorbed into his skin. Silence falls over the bridge. The gold soldiers stop. The rebels stop firing. The big bald guy with the axe stares at Harry with his mouth open. How? The gold leader stammers. Harry looks at his hand. It's glowing. Not just green now. There are veins of gold running through his skin, pulsing like a heartbeat. My turn, Harry says. He points his wand, but he channels the absorbed energy through it. He visualizes a cannonball. A wrecking ball. Bombarda Maxima. The spell leaves his wand, but it's not a white light. It's a swirling vortex of green and gold chaos. It hits the center of the gold phalanx. The explosion is deafening. The shield wall shatters. Soldiers are thrown into the air like ragdolls. The crystal bridge beneath them cracks spiderwebs outward. When the dust clears, half the squad is down. The other half is scrambling to retreat. The gold leader is on his knees, his helmet cracked, revealing a bloody face. He stares at Harry with wide, terrified eyes. That magic, the green, the gold. Harry walks toward him. He feels tall. He feels dangerous. The air around him is crackling with static. Go tell your boss, Harry says, his voice dropping an octave, sounding strangely authoritative, that Harry Potter is in town. And I want to go home. The gold leader scrambles up, abandons his spear, and runs back toward the city. The remaining soldiers follow him. Harry stands there, breathing hard. The glow in his eyes fades. The adrenaline crash hits him like a truck. He stumbles. The big bald rebel catches him before he faceplants. "Easy, lad," the man rumbles. He smells like sweat, ozone, and old leather. He looks Harry up and down, looking at the scar, the messy hair, the skinny frame. "You pack a punch for a Midgardian," the man says, grinning. "I'm Scourge." Harry blinks, trying to focus. "Harry. Where am I?" Scourge laughs, a booming sound that shakes his chest. He gestures to the burning city in the distance. "Welcome to Asgard, Harry Potter. Try not to die." It's a popular pastime these days. Harry looks at the city again. He sees a massive palace with a hole blown in the roof. He sees the chaos. He thinks about Voldemort, Bellatrix, the prophecy, his exams. "Asgard," Harry repeats. "Like Thor. Thor's gone, lad. Missing. Dead. Who knows?" Scourge spits on the ground. "Tyr holds the throne. We hold the slums. And the Valkyries are drinking themselves to death in the mountains." A woman steps up from the rebel group. She's wearing dark armor, her hair braided tight against her skull. She's looking at Harry with intense suspicion. She pulls a device out of her pocket, looks like a Geiger counter made of bone. She waves it over Harry. The device screams. She looks at Scourge, her eyes wide. "Scourge. Look at the readings." Scourge leans in. "What? Is he radioactive?" "No," the woman whispers, staring at Harry like he's a ghost. "Look at the blood signature. Chaos and order. Half giant kin. Half Aesir royal." Scourge freezes. He looks at Harry again, really looks at him. He sees the green eyes. He sees the jawline. "No," Scourge breathes. "It can't be. The rumors were. I thought they were just stories to scare Tyr." Harry feels uncomfortable. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Scourge drops to one knee. The other rebels, seeing this, look confused, but slowly, awkwardly, they start to kneel too. "What are you doing?" Harry backs up. "Stop that. Seriously, stop. You have the eyes of the trickster," Scourge says, his voice filled with awe. "But you command the power of the All-Father." Harry rubs his temples. "I have no idea what you're talking about. My dad was a wizard. My mom was, just a mom." Scourge shakes his head. "Your mother was a seed planted in a distant garden, boy. We felt it when she died." The realm shuddered. He stands up, looking at his men. "We need to move." Scourge bellows. "Tyr's reinforcements will be here in 5 minutes with a destroyer unit. We have the package." "I am not a package." Harry protests. "You're the most valuable thing in the 9 realms right now, kid," Scourge grabs Harry's arm. "If Tyr finds out you're here, he won't just send a squad. He'll flatten this entire sector." Harry yanks his arm back. "I just want to get back to London." Voldemort? Scourge sneers. "That pale lich scavenging for scraps. He's the least of your problems. He's here too, you know." Harry freezes. The blood drains from his face. "What?" "The pale wizard," Scourge nods toward the palace. "He arrived a week ago. Allied with Tyr. He's been raiding Odin's vault. Looking for immortality. Standard villain stuff." Harry stares at the palace. The shock turns into something colder. Harder. Voldemort is here. In Asgard. Working with this Tyr guy. And they attacked Privet Drive. "Okay," Harry says. The casual confusion is gone. His voice is steel. "Okay. Change of plans. He looks at Scourge. Take me to your base. I need a weapon. And I need a shower. Then, we're going to burn that palace down. Scourge grins. It's a vicious, predatory grin. I like you, kid. You got a little madness in you. You have no idea, Harry mutters. Just then, a roar tears through the sky. A massive ship, shaped like a shark made of black metal, drops out of the clouds above the bridge. Hatches open. Hundreds of those gold soldiers pour out on jet gliders. Run, the woman shouts. Tactical retreat. Scourge corrects, shoving Harry toward a hole in the bridge floor that leads to the Undercity. Move your ass, all air. Harry jumps into the darkness, sliding down a chute of smooth crystal. He's laughing. He can't help it. It's terrifying, it's insane, and it's the most alive he's ever felt. As he slides into the depths of Asgard's slums, leaving the burning sky behind, Harry Potter realizes one thing: Hogwarts prepared him for school. Life prepared him for pain. But this? This is going to prepare him for war. And for the first time in his life, he thinks he might actually be good at it. Chapter 1 End. Chapter 2, Welcome to the War Zone. So, you know how roller coasters have that moment where your stomach decides to relocate to your throat? Take that feeling, multiply it by about 1,000, and add the sensation of sliding down a razor blade made of neon light. That was Harry's introduction to the real Asgard. The crystal chute dumped him out into open air. For a second, he was just free-falling through a smog of orange mist and sulfur. Then, wham! He hit a pile of something that smelled like wet dog and looked like giant, glowing mushrooms. He bounced, rolled, and slammed face first into a puddle of iridescent muck. Graceful, Scourge's voice boomed from above. The big bald warrior landed next to him with a heavy thud, cracking the pavement but looking completely unbothered. He hauled Harry up by the back of his tattered t-shirt like he was picking up a stray kitten. Welcome to Lowtown, kid. Try not to breathe too deep. The air filters haven't been changed since Odin kicked the bucket. Harry wiped the muck off his glasses, which were miraculously still in one piece, and looked around. If the city above was a golden paradise, this was the garage sale from hell. It was a sprawling, vertical shantytown built into the massive, twisting roots of the world tree. Buildings were carved directly into the bark or bolted onto the side of massive stone pillars. It was dark, lit only by flickering runic neon signs in harsh purples and sickly greens. People, if you could call them that, were everywhere. Harry saw a guy with blue skin arguing with a dwarf who had a mechanical arm. He saw creatures that looked like goblins on steroids trading scrap metal for glowing vials of liquid. It was loud. It was dirty. It was absolutely buzzing with magic. But not the clean, polite magic of Hogwarts. This felt raw. Industrial. Dangerous. Keep your head down, Scourge grumbled, pushing Harry through the crowd. And for the love of the Norns, stop staring at the trolls. They take it as a marriage proposal. Harry ducked as a hover skiff screamed overhead, trailing black smoke. Where are we going? Safe house, Scourge said, shouldering past a group of cloaked figures who hissed at him. The resistance operates out of the old meat hall. It's the only place with shielding strong enough to keep Tyr's scrying eyes out. Resistance? Harry panted, trying to keep up with Scourge's long strides. You guys are rebels. Scourge stopped. He turned around, and for a second, the humor was gone from his scarred face. We aren't rebels, boy. We're the Loyalists. We serve the memory of the Allfather. Tyr, he's the one who turned this realm into a slaughterhouse. He thinks because he sits on the chair, he owns the house. We're here to remind him that the foundation is rotten. He pointed a massive finger at Harry's chest. And you? You're the termite. Great imagery. Thanks, Harry muttered. They navigated through a maze of alleyways that defied physics. Gravity seemed optional here. At one point, they walked up a wall and ended up on a walkway that should have been upside down. Finally, they reached a massive set of iron doors guarded by two warriors wearing armor made from dragon scales. Scourge, one of them nodded. Who's the runt? The reason we're all going to die or get rich, Scourge grinned. Open up. The doors groaned open. The inside was less of a hall and more of a war room inside a mosh pit. The air was thick with smoke and the smell of roasting meat. Dozens of warriors were sharpening weapons, arguing over maps, or drinking from horns the size of tubas. But the noise died down the second they saw Harry. It wasn't a respectful silence. It was the kind of silence you get when a lion walks into a cafeteria. Everyone stopped. Eyes locked onto him. Harry felt that weird heat in his blood again, the green and gold hum, reacting to the attention. Is that him? Someone whispered. Looks like a stiff breeze would snap him in half, another scoffed. Scourge ignored them and marched Harry toward the center of the room, where a massive circular table made of white wood stood. Standing at the table, with her back to them, was a woman. She was tall. Taller than Harry. She wore silver armor that looked like it had seen actual combat, dented, scratched, stained with dark fluids. A fur cloak hung off one shoulder. Her hair was black, thick, and pulled back into a messy combat tail. She was reviewing a holographic map of the city, moving little glowing pieces around with aggressive snaps of her wrist. Sif! Scourge bellowed. I brought the package. The woman froze. She turned around slowly. Harry felt his breath hitch. She was intense. That was the only word for it. She was beautiful, yeah, in a terrifying, I could bench press you, kind of way. But her eyes were scary. They were cold, hard steel, assessing him like he was a weapon she wasn't sure how to use. This? Sif asked, her voice low and dangerous. She looked Harry up and down, her lip curling slightly. This is the Heir. He looks like a goblin's toothpick. Harry's temper, already frayed from the whole privet drive destruction thing, snapped. And you look like you need a nap, Harry shot back. But hey, we can't all have what we want. The room went dead silent. Scourge winced. Sif's eyes narrowed. She didn't yell. She didn't bluster. She just walked around the table, her boots thudding heavily on the stone floor. She stopped 2 feet from Harry, towering over him. You have a mouth on you, Midgardian, she said softly. It works pretty well, Harry shrugged. Helps me eat. Talk. Tell people when they're being rude. Sif moved. It was a blur. 1 second she was standing still, the next her fist was occupying the space where Harry's nose used to be. But Harry was running on high-octane instinct. He didn't think, he just flowed. He ducked under the punch, the wind of it ruffling his hair. Whoa! Harry yelled. Reflexes, Sif noted, pivoting on her heel. She spun, launching a kick at his ribs. Harry threw up a protego without a wand. A shimmer of blue light absorbed the impact, but the force still slid him backward 3 feet. Shield magic, Sif smirked. She drew a sword from her hip. It wasn't a rapier. It was a broadsword, double-edged and glowing with runes. Let's see how you handle steel. Are you crazy? Harry shouted, scrambling back as she slashed at him. The blade sparked against the stone floor. I'm on your side. Prove it. Sif roared, swinging the sword in a deadly arc. If you can't survive me, you won't survive Tyr for 5 seconds. Fight back. She lunged. The tip of the sword was aiming right for his throat. Harry stopped retreating. The fear vanished, replaced by that cold, chaotic clarity. She wants a fight. Fine. He didn't pull his wand. He slapped his hands together. Defindo. But he didn't aim it at her. He aimed it at the blade. The spell hit the flat of the sword with the force of a hydraulic press. It didn't break the metal, it was Asgardian steel, after all, but it vibrated the weapon so hard it hummed like a tuning fork. Sif's grip faltered for a microsecond as the vibration traveled up her arm. That was all Harry needed. He stepped in. Close quarters. He grabbed her wrist with his left hand, the one that had glowed green earlier. Drop it, he growled. He channeled a pulse of pure transfiguration magic directly into the sword hilt. The metal rippled. Sif's eyes widened. The legendary broadsword in her hand suddenly turned into a bouquet of violently pink plastic flamingos. She stared at the plastic birds. Then she looked at Harry. You. She dropped the flamingos. She didn't look mad anymore. She looked intrigued. Before Harry could celebrate, she tackled him. They went down in a heap of limbs. Harry tried to scramble away, but she had him in a headlock that felt like a hydraulic clamp. She flipped him over, pinned his arms with her knees, and held a dagger, where did she get a dagger, to his throat. Transfiguration, she panted, a wild grin breaking across her face. Clever. Flashy. But you forgot one thing. Harry stared up at her, breathing hard. Their faces were inches apart. He could see a small scar on her chin. He could smell sweat and steel. What? Harry wheezed. Never turn my sword into a bird unless you make sure I don't have a knife, she whispered. She held the blade there for a second longer, letting the point dig into his skin just enough to sting. Then, she sheathed it and stood up, offering him a hand. He'll do, Sif announced to the room. The warriors cheered. Scourge let out a massive sigh of relief. Harry took her hand. She hauled him up with effortless strength. You're insane, Harry told her, dusting himself off. Is everyone here insane? We're at war, Potter, Sif said, her eyes losing the playfulness and going hard again. Sanity is a luxury we lost when Odin died. She turned back to the table. Scourge, get him a drink. We need to talk about why the universe decided to play a prank on us and make him the key to everything. 10 minutes later, Harry was sitting at the round table, nursing a mug of something that tasted like liquid fire and honey. Sif and Scourge were opposite him. Okay, Harry said, setting the mug down. Explain. And use small words. My brain is still in Surrey. Sif leaned forward. How much do you know about your mother? Harry stiffened. Lily Potter. Gryffindor. Died saving me. What about her? Scourge exchanged a look with Sif. Lad. Lily Potter wasn't just a witch. She was a changeling. A what? Loki, Sif said the name like a curse word. The god of mischief. He had many dalliances. Years ago, he had a daughter with a Midgardian witch. But Loki knew Odin was watching him, waiting for him to screw up so he could lock him away. So, Loki hid the child. Harry felt the room spin. You're saying. He used his magic to mask her essence, Sif explained, tracing a rune on the table. He placed her with a mundane family. The Evans. He stripped her of her Asgardian memories, locked her powers down to simple wizardry, and left her to live a normal life. My mom, Harry whispered. My mom was Loki's daughter. Biologically, yes, Scourge nodded. Which makes you his grandson. You have the blood of the frost giants and the Aesir running through you, diluted but potent. Harry laughed. It was a hollow, dry sound. So that's why I can talk to snakes. That's why bad luck follows me like a shadow. Because my grandpa is the god of chaos. That's half the equation, Sif cut in. The other half is Odin. Harry looked at her. Wait, I'm related to Odin too. Is everyone related? No, Sif shook her head. It's not blood. It's will. She tapped a button on the table. A hologram flickered to life. It showed a grainy image of a battlefield. An old man with one eye was standing over a fallen woman with red hair. The night Voldemort attacked your home, Sif said quietly. Odin was watching. He knew Loki's bloodline was there. He intended to intervene, to save the child. Harry stared at the image. He was there. In spirit, Sif said. But he was too late to save Lily. However, when the killing curse rebounded, when you survived, Odin saw something. He saw a boy who carried the curse of chaos but acted with the heart of a king. Scourge leaned in, his voice rumbling like distant thunder. Before Odin died last year, the Odin sleep that became eternal, he made a decree. He didn't choose Thor. Thor is lost. Wandering the stars, broken. He didn't choose Tyr, his general. He marked you, Sif said, pointing at Harry's forehead. That scar isn't just from the curse, Potter. It's a rune. The rune of sovereignty. Odin adopted you. Spiritually. Harry touched his scar. It felt hot. So, Harry summarized, his voice flat. My grandpa is the god of lies. My adoptive grandpa is the god of war and wisdom. And now I'm stuck in the middle of a civil war because, why? Because Tyr is pissed, Scourge grunted. Tyr believes in blood purity. He believes Asgard belongs to the strong. When the runes declared you, a half-blood mortal wizard, as the All-Heir, he snapped. He seized the palace, locked up Heimdall, and declared martial law. He wants you dead, Sif said bluntly. If he kills you, the claim passes to him. He becomes the All-Father. And his first order of business will be to invade Earth to cleanse the stain of your existence. Harry sat back. He thought about Hogwarts. He thought about Ron and Hermione. He thought about the Dursleys, okay, maybe not them. And Voldemort? Harry asked. The Pale Wizard? Sif spat. He's a scavenger. He sensed the power vacuum. He came here offering Tyr dark magic in exchange for access to Aiden's apples. He wants immortality. Real immortality. Not those soul shards he uses. Horcruxes, Harry muttered. Whatever, Sif waved a hand. They are tearing the 9 realms apart, Harry. The Valkyries have grounded their fleet in protest. The dwarves have sealed their forges. Asgard is dying. Harry looked at his hands. One hand looked normal. The other still felt like it was vibrating with that green energy. I didn't ask for this, Harry said quietly. Nobody asks for the storm, kid, Scourge said softly. But you either build a shelter, or you learn to fly. Suddenly, the room went red. Sirens, loud, magical wails that sounded like dying banshees, erupted from the walls. Contact, a warrior shouted from the door. Perimeter breach. They found us. Sif was moving before the echo died. She kicked the table over to create cover. How? We're shielded. The Pale Wizard, someone screamed. His snakes. They burrowed through the roots. The ceiling exploded. It wasn't just debris. It was snakes. Huge, black, shadowy serpents composed of dark smoke and fire poured through the hole in the roof, followed by armored figures dropping on zip lines. Tyr's elite shock troops. The Einherjar. Defensive positions. Sif roared, grabbing her sword, which was thankfully metal again. The room dissolved into chaos. Harry scrambled back as a chunk of ceiling the size of a car slammed down where he had been sitting. Potter. Move. Scourge yelled, swinging his massive axe to decapitate a smoke snake. Harry pulled his wand. The air was thick with dust and magic. He saw a gold soldier land in front of a young rebel, a kid, really, no older than Colin Creevy. The soldier raised a glowing mace. Harry didn't think. Expelliarmus. The spell hit the soldier, but again, the armor absorbed it. The soldier barely flinched. Useless wizard tricks, the soldier laughed, raising the mace. Think bigger, the voice in Harry's head whispered. It sounded like Loki. Stop poking them with a stick. Crush them. Harry grit his teeth. He focused on the soldier's feet. The stone floor. He reached out with his left hand, fingers curled like claws. He pulled. De primo. He didn't just cast the blasting curse. He combined it with the earth-shattering weight of Asgardian gravity. The floor beneath the soldier didn't just break, it liquefied. The soldier fell into a sudden pit of molten stone, screaming as the ground swallowed him whole. Harry stared at his hand. Okay. That works. Less staring, more killing. Sif yelled, sliding past him. She parried a spear thrust, spun, and drove her elbow into a soldier's helmet, denting the metal. The battle was turning bad fast. There were too many of them. More holes were blowing open in the walls. Tyr's forces were swarming like ants. Scourge was holding the main door, swinging his axe like a windmill, but he was bleeding from a dozen cuts. We need an exit. Scourge bellowed. Sif. Get the kid to the tunnels. I'm not leaving you. Sif shouted back, cutting down another enemy. If he dies, we all lose. Scourge roared. A spear grazed his shoulder. Go. Sif grabbed Harry's collar. Come on. No. Harry planted his feet. Sif looked at him, shocked. What are you doing? Run. Harry looked around. He saw the rebels, people who had just met him, people fighting for a dead king, dying. He saw the fear in their eyes. He remembered Cedric. He remembered Sirius. Not again. I'm done running, Harry said. His voice wasn't loud, but it cut through the noise of the battle. He walked to the center of the room. He closed his eyes. He felt the ley lines of the world tree pulsing in the walls. He felt the cold, slithering magic of Voldemort's snakes. He felt the rigid, orderly magic of Tyr's soldiers. He grabbed both. He reached out with his right hand, Order/Odin, and his left hand, Chaos/Loki. Everybody down. Harry screamed. He slammed both hands onto the floor. Clash. Green and gold energy collided in a shockwave. The effect was instantaneous and bizarre. Gravity in the room reversed for the enemies, but stayed normal for the rebels. Tyr's soldiers were suddenly yanked upward, slamming violently into the ceiling. The smoke snakes dissipated, torn apart by the conflicting magical pressures. The rebels stared, wide-eyed, as their enemies were pinned to the roof, flailing helplessly. Harry stood there, sweat pouring down his face, his knees shaking. Maintaining the spell felt like holding up a mountain. Sif. Harry gritted out. The door. Seal it. Sif snapped out of her shock. She grabbed a satchel of runestones from her belt and hurled them at the breached walls and the ceiling. Clamra, she chanted. The stone grew back. The roots of the world tree twisted and knotted, sealing the holes, crushing the soldiers trapped in the rock. Harry let go. Gravity normalized. The remaining enemies dropped to the floor, broken and unconscious. Harry fell to his knees, gasping for air. His vision was swimming. The room was silent again. But this time, it wasn't fear. It was awe. Scourge limped over, clutching his bleeding shoulder. He looked at the sealed ceiling, then down at Harry. By the beard, Scourge whispered. You just inverted the gravity of a specific target group. That's high sorcery. Only Odin could do that. Harry looked up, wiping blood from his nose. It felt heavy. Sif walked over. She looked at the carnage, then at Harry. Her expression had changed. The doubt was gone. "You stayed," she said. It was a statement, not a question. "I'm tired of people dying for me," Harry rasped, standing up shakily. "If I'm the heir, then I'm making the rules." He looked at the rebels. They were battered, bloody, but alive. "Listen up," Harry said, his voice gaining strength. "I don't know about prophecies. I don't know about thrones. But I know Voldemort. And I know bullies." He walked over to a fallen gold soldier, ripped the helmet off, and stared at the unconscious man. "Tyr wants a war." Harry turned to Sif and Scourge. "Let's give him one. But we're not fighting to restore the old ways. And we aren't fighting to run away." Harry's eyes flashed, one green, one gold. "We're fighting to take it all." Sif smiled. It was a terrifying, bloodthirsty smile. She drew her sword and raised it. "Hail the Chaos King," she shouted. The rebels raised their weapons. The sound was deafening. "Hail." Harry looked at Sif. "Don't call me that. It sounds like a bad metal band." "Too late," Sif winked. "Stick with it. It scares people." Scourge clapped a massive hand on Harry's shoulder, nearly driving him into the ground. "We can't stay here, lad. They know our position. They'll bring the destroyer next time." "Then we move," Harry said. "Where's the best place to hide from a god of war?" Sif sheathed her sword. "There is no place. Unless." She looked at Harry, a crazy idea forming in her eyes. "Unless we go to the one place Tyr is terrified of entering." "Where?" Harry asked. "Odin's vault," Sif grinned. "Inside the palace. Right under his nose." Harry blinked. "You want to break into the most secure vault in the universe, which is currently occupied by the enemy general and an evil wizard." "Exactly," Sif said. "He'll never expect it." Harry looked at the ragtag group of rebels. He looked at his own glowing hands. He felt the spirit of Loki laughing in the back of his mind. A slow grin spread across Harry's face. "Okay," Harry said. "Let's go rob a bank." Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3, The Vault Heist. The plumbing in Asgard, Harry decided, was designed by a sociopath with a fetish for gold leaf and vertigo. "Tell me again," Harry wheezed, clinging to a rung of a ladder that seemed to stretch up into infinity, "why we couldn't just take the elevator." Below him, the damp, echoing darkness of the Undercity faded into a murky fog. Above him, a faint, golden light promised fresh air, or at least air that didn't smell like a dragon's morning breath. "Elevators have scrying sensors," Sif's voice drifted down, sounding irritatingly not out of breath. "And guards. And murder holes. Unless you want to fight your way up 70 levels of fortified barracks, keep climbing, Your Highness." "Don't call me that," Harry grunted, reaching for the next rung. His arms were burning. His legs felt like lead. But weirdly, he wasn't exhausted. It was like his battery was flashing red, but the engine was still running on rocket fuel. Every time his fingers touched the cold metal of the ladder, he felt a spark. A tiny, static buzz that traveled up his arm and settled in his chest. The magic of the realm was talking to him. It was annoying, like a radio left on in the next room, but it was keeping him awake. Almost there, Scourge rumbled from below. The big man was climbing one-handed, carrying his massive axe in the other like it was a lunchbox. The waste disposal chutes dump out right behind the royal kitchens. From there, it's a straight shot to the inner sanctum. "Waste disposal," Harry muttered. "Fitting. My life is literal garbage right now." They climbed in silence for another 10 minutes. The air grew warmer. The smell changed from rot to something sweeter, roasting meat, spiced wine, and ozone. Finally, Sif stopped. She pushed up on a circular grate. It groaned, heavy and rusted, but she shoved it aside with a grunt of effort. She pulled herself up and vanished. A second later, her hand reached down. Clear. Move. Harry took her hand. She yanked him up so hard his feet left the floor before he even had balance. He stumbled, catching himself on a table. They were in a pantry. But because this was Asgard, it was the size of the Great Hall at Hogwarts. Towering shelves were stacked with barrels of mead, sacks of grain that glowed faintly blue, and hanging carcasses of beasts that looked suspiciously like dinosaurs. "Okay," Harry whispered, wiping grease off his jeans. "We're in. What's the play?" Sif moved to the door, cracking it open a sliver. "The vault is in the basement levels of the main keep. We have to cross the courtyard of kings, get past the Hall of Honors, and descend the Spiral of Silence." "Spiral of Silence," Harry repeated. "Sounds cheerful." "It's trapped," Scourge said, squeezing out of the hole and replacing the grate. "Pressure plates. Runes that detect heartbeat spikes. Invisible stalkers." "Great," Harry said. "So we just walk casually and try not to have heart attacks." "We need a distraction," Sif said, peering through the crack. "The courtyard is crawling with Tyr's gold cloaks. And I see a couple of Einherjar." Harry moved to look. Through the sliver of light, he saw them. The soldiers from the bridge, but more of them. They were patrolling in perfect formation, their golden armor gleaming under the magical lights of the palace. They looked disciplined. Terrifying. "I can do a distraction," Harry said. He felt that itch in his brain again. The Loki itch. Chaos is just order having a bad day. Sif looked at him. Explosions? Subtler, Harry grinned. It wasn't a nice grin. Or, louder. Depends on how you look at it. He closed his eyes. He didn't reach for his wand. He reached for the feeling he had when he turned the sword into flamingos. The malleability of the world. The idea that reality was just a suggestion. He visualized the courtyard. He visualized the soldiers. And then, he visualized their worst nightmare. "Scarta," Harry whispered. The word wasn't Latin. It was something guttural, something old that bubbled up from his blood. Out in the courtyard, nothing exploded. There was no flash of light. But suddenly, the lead soldier screamed. "Bees!" the soldier shrieked, dropping his spear and swatting at his helmet. "They're in my eyes." "Bees?" Sif looked at Harry. "Not just bees," Harry muttered, sweat beading on his forehead as he held the illusion. "Fire bees." Chaos erupted in the courtyard. To Sif and Scourge, the soldiers looked insane. They were flailing at thin air, rolling on the ground, tearing off their helmets. But to the soldiers, they were being swarmed by millions of burning, stinging insects. "Form up. Shield wall," one officer roared, slashing his sword at the empty air. "They're everywhere. Defend the flank." "That," Scourge said, a look of deep respect crossing his face, "is beautiful." "It won't last long," Harry said, his voice straining. "Their mages will sense the illusion eventually. We have to go. Now." They burst out of the pantry. Sif took point, her sword drawn but held low. They sprinted along the edge of the courtyard, sticking to the shadows of the massive golden pillars. The soldiers were too busy fighting the imaginary bees to notice three figures blurring past them. Harry felt the drain. Holding an illusion over 20 minds was like trying to hold onto a greased pig while solving a calculus equation. His head throbbed. "Drop it." Sif hissed as they reached the massive double doors of the Hall of Honors. Harry let go. The connection snapped. Behind them, the soldiers stopped screaming. They stood there, panting, looking around at the empty, bee-free air. Confusion washed over them, followed immediately by rage. "Intruders," the officer bellowed. "Run!" Harry yelled. Scourge kicked the doors open. They slammed into the walls with a boom that echoed like thunder. They scrambled inside, Scourge slamming the doors shut and dropping a massive wooden bar across them just as a spear thudded into the wood from the other side. They were in the Hall of Honors. It was a long, high-ceilinged corridor lined with statues of dead gods. The floor was polished obsidian. The air was freezing cold. "We bought maybe 2 minutes," Scourge panted, backing away from the door as heavy thuds began to batter it. "They'll burn through that wood." "The spiral is at the end of the hall," Sif said, pointing to a dark archway about 300 yards away. "Run." They took off. Harry's sneakers squeaked on the obsidian. He felt fast. Faster than he'd ever been on a Quidditch pitch. The magic of Asgard was seeping into his muscles, knitting his exhaustion into strength. But the hall wasn't empty. Shadows detached themselves from the statues. Tall, lanky creatures wrapped in rags, holding jagged blades. "Draugr!" Sif shouted. "Undead guards!" Of course, Harry groaned, sliding to a stop as 5 of the things blocked their path. "Why not zombies? We haven't had zombies yet today." The Draugr hissed, a sound like dry leaves skittering on stone. They lunged. Sif met them head-on. She was a whirlwind of steel. She ducked a rusty blade, spun, and took the head off the first creature. Black ichor sprayed the floor. Scourge roared, swinging his axe in a wide arc that smashed 2 of the monsters into dust. Harry hung back, wand raised. Incendio! A jet of fire caught a Draugr in the chest. It shrieked, flailing, but it didn't stop. It kept coming, burning like a torch. "Magic resistant." Harry yelled. "Seriously, does everyone here have spell resistance? Cut them apart." Scourge shouted, kicking a burning Draugr in the chest. "Physical damage works best." Harry didn't have a sword. He looked around. He saw a statue of a warrior holding a stone spear. Wingardium Leviosa. He didn't lift a feather. He ripped the stone spear from the statue's grip. With a flick of his wrist, he launched it like a missile. The stone spear slammed into the burning Draugr, pinning it to the wall. It thrashed and went still. "Nice shot." Sif called out, finishing off the last one. "We need to move." Harry sprinted past the carnage. "The door won't hold." Behind them, the wooden bar on the main door splintered. A beam of red light cut through the wood. Tyr's mages were cutting their way in. They reached the archway. The spiral of silence. It was a staircase. A spiral staircase winding down into a pitch-black abyss. There were no railings. Just smooth, slippery steps floating in a void. "Watch your step," Sif warned, sheathing her sword. "One slip and you fall forever." Literally. It looped space. "Awesome," Harry muttered. "After you." They descended. The sounds of the battle above faded instantly. The silence part of the name wasn't a joke. The air here was dead. No sound carried. Harry could see Sif's lips moving, could see her boots hitting the steps, but he heard nothing. It was disorienting, like watching a movie on mute. He focused on Sif's back. He focused on the rhythm. Step. 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 Suddenly, Sif stopped. She held up a fist. She pointed down. At the bottom of the spiral, far below, there was a light. A soft, pulsing blue glow. The vault. But standing in front of the light was a figure. Even from this distance, Harry felt the cold. It wasn't a weather cold. It was a soul cold. A darkness that made his scar prickle and burn. The figure looked up. It was Voldemort. But it wasn't the Voldemort from the graveyard. This Voldemort was, evolved. His robes were woven with silver threads that shimmered like starlight. His skin wasn't just pale, it was translucent, like alabaster. And his eyes, those red eyes, were glowing with a terrifying intensity. He wasn't holding a wand. He was holding a small, ornate casket made of blue ice. Harry's breath caught in his throat. He tried to shout, to warn them, but the silence swallowed his voice. Voldemort smiled. He raised a hand and snapped his fingers. The silence broke. Harry Potter, Voldemort's voice echoed up the shaft, amplified 1,000 times. It sounded like it was coming from inside Harry's own skull. I wondered when you would arrive. Run! Sif yelled, the sound exploding into Harry's ears as the silence spell shattered. No! Harry yelled back. He has something. Look at the box. The casket of ancient winters, Scourge breathed, his face going pale. If he opens that. Come down, Harry, Voldemort crooned. Come see what I have found in the toy box of the gods. Harry didn't walk down. He jumped. Harry! Sif screamed. Harry vaulted over the edge of the stairs, plummeting down the center of the shaft. He wasn't suicidal. He was banking on the gravity of the vault. As he fell, he pointed his wand behind him. Ascendio. The recoil of the spell slowed his descent just enough. He landed in a crouch at the bottom of the stairs, 10 feet from Voldemort. The impact cracked the floor. Harry stood up, wand leveled. Tom, Harry said, keeping his voice steady despite the fact that his heart was doing gymnastics. You look different. Did you get a facial? Voldemort chuckled. It was a wet, slithering sound. And you, Harry. You reek of old magic. Chaos and order warring in a teenage shell. It must be painful. Sif and Scourge landed behind Harry, weapons ready. Surrender, wizard. Scourge bellowed. You are trespassing in the hall of the All-Father. Voldemort didn't even look at Scourge. He flicked a finger. A whip of black energy lashed out. It hit Scourge in the chest, throwing the 300-pound warrior backward into the wall like a ragdoll. Scourge slumped, groaning. Rude, Harry snapped. Expelliarmus. The red bolt flew at Voldemort. Voldemort didn't block it. He caught it. He literally caught the spell in his free hand, crushed it into a ball of red light and ate it. Harry stared. Okay. That's disgusting. I have evolved beyond your petty charms, Harry, Voldemort whispered. He caressed the casket. I have tasted the apples of Idun. I have bathed in the well of Wird. I am no longer just a wizard. I am, becoming. Becoming what? Harry asked, stalling. He needed a plan. He looked past Voldemort at the massive doors of the vault. They were open. A god, Voldemort said simply. But every god needs a weapon. And I believe I have found mine. He looked at the casket. But first, Voldemort's eyes narrowed. I need to test my new strength. Kill them. He wasn't talking to Harry. From the shadows of the vault entrance, something stepped out. It was 10 feet tall. Made of enchanted silver metal. Spikes adorned its shoulders. Its face was a blank visor that suddenly slid open to reveal an inferno of orange magical fire. The Destroyer. Oh, come on, Harry groaned. You hacked the Destroyer. It responds to power, Voldemort smirked. And I am very powerful. The Destroyer took a step forward. The ground shook. It looked at Harry. The fire in its faceplate intensified. Sif! Harry yelled. Distract it. I need to get into the vault. Distract it? Sif looked at the metal giant. It's the Destroyer. It eats gods for breakfast. Just make it mad. Harry shouted, sprinting toward the open doors. Sif cursed an ancient Asgardian, but she moved. She threw her shield like a frisbee. It clanged off the destroyer's head. The automaton turned slowly toward her. A beam of fire began to build in its visor. "Hey! Tin Man!" Sif yelled, diving as the beam vaporized the spot where she had been standing. "Over here." Harry scrambled past Voldemort. Voldemort let him go. The Dark Wizard was too busy laughing, watching the destroyer hunt Sif and Scourge. "Go, Harry. Run into the tomb. Let's see what you find." Harry burst into the vault. It was a cavernous room filled with pedestals. On every pedestal sat an object of immense power. A glowing blue cube, the Tesseract. A cauldron of eternal fire. An orb that looked like a giant eye. But Harry felt a pull. A magnetic tug in his gut. It wasn't pulling him to the flashy stuff. It was pulling him to the center of the room. There, floating in a beam of golden light, was a spear. It was long, made of a metal that looked like liquid gold. It hummed with a sound that vibrated in Harry's teeth. Gungnir. The spear of heaven. The weapon of the king. "Okay," Harry breathed, approaching it. "Grandpa Odin. If you're listening, don't zap me." He reached out. His hand touched the shaft. Boom. It wasn't a sound. It was a memory. Harry was suddenly not in the vault. He was standing on a mountain peak. He saw galaxies spinning. He saw the birth of stars. He felt the weight of 1 billion lives resting on his shoulders. He felt the crushing responsibility of order. Laws. Rules. Duty. Sacrifice. The voice of Odin thundered in his mind. "Are you worthy?" "I don't know." Harry screamed back in his mind. "I'm just Harry." "Then leave." The power of the spear surged, trying to throw him off. It burned his hand. It felt like holding a lightning bolt. It rejected him. He was too chaotic. Too broken. Too much Loki. No, Harry gritted his teeth, refusing to let go. His skin was smoking. "I'm not leaving." He felt the Loki side of him flare up. The green fire. The defiance. "Rules are made to be broken," the Loki voice whispered. "If the key doesn't fit, kick the door down." Harry didn't try to submit to the spear. He didn't try to be worthy by Odin's standards. He poured his chaos into it. "I am not Odin." Harry roared, his voice echoing in the mental realm. "And I am not Loki. I am the one who survived." He squeezed the spear. He forced his own magic, the raw, messy, human magic of Harry Potter, into the divine metal. Change. Adapt. Survive. The spear shrieked. The golden metal began to ripple. "I said," Harry yelled, his eyes glowing blindingly bright, "one green, one gold. Work for me." In the real world, the vault shook. The long, unwieldy spear in Harry's hand began to shift. The shaft shortened, becoming sleeker, darker. The single point split, curving into a wicked, double-edged blade that looked more like a glaive or a wizard's staff than a spear. The gold turned to a shimmering electrum, silver and gold mixed. The hum changed from a steady drone to a chaotic, aggressive buzz. Harry gasped, the vision ending. He was back in the vault. He was holding the weapon. It felt right. It felt heavy, but balanced. It felt like an extension of his own arm. Outside the vault, Sif screamed. Harry spun around. Through the doorway, he saw Sif pinned against the wall by the destroyer's massive hand. The visor was opening. The disintegration beam was charging. "No!" Harry shouted. He didn't run. He slammed the butt of his new staff onto the floor. Accio Destroyer. It was a stupid spell. You can't summon a 10-ton magical automaton. But Harry wasn't using a wand anymore. He was using the king's weapon, fueled by the chaos air. The laws of physics shrugged and gave up. The destroyer was yanked backward, flying through the air as if it weighed nothing. It released Sif and sailed into the vault, crashing into a pile of gold coins. The metal giant scrambled up, its target lock shifting to Harry. Target acquired, a mechanical voice buzzed. Usurper detected. Usurper. Harry spun the staff, the blade humming. I prefer management. The destroyer fired. A beam of pure heat. Harry didn't dodge. He held the staff up. The blade caught the beam. Unlike the shield charm at Privet Drive, this wasn't a struggle. The staff drank the energy. It absorbed the fire, the blade glowing white-hot. Return to sender, Harry snarled. He slashed the staff forward. The absorbed energy wasn't fired back as a beam. It was fired back as a slash of compressed space. A wave of distortion cut through the air. It hit the destroyer. Shying. The sound was sharp, painful. The destroyer stood still for a second. Then, slowly, the top half of its torso slid off the bottom half. The cut was clean, glowing with molten edges. The giant collapsed with a deafening crash. Silence returned to the vault. Harry stood there, breathing hard, the staff pulsing in his hand. He felt incredible. Terrifyingly good. Slow clapping echoed from the doorway. Voldemort walked in. He stepped over the wreckage of the destroyer like it was a piece of trash. Impressive, Voldemort murmured. You broke the All-Father's toy. And you perverted his weapon. I knew there was a reason I kept you alive, Harry. You have such potential for destruction. Harry pointed the staff at him. Put the box down, Tom. Voldemort looked at the casket of ancient winters in his hand. The blue ice was spreading up his arm, but he didn't seem to mind. This? Voldemort smiled. Do you know what this is? It is the cold between stars. It is the end of entropy. It's a fancy ice cube maker, Harry quipped, stepping closer. And you're trespassing. You think you have one because you hold a stick. Voldemort's eyes flared red. You are a child playing with a gun. I have become the bullet. Voldemort opened the casket. He didn't open it all the way. Just a crack. But that was enough. A wind howled out of the box. It wasn't just cold air. It was a physical wall of freezing magic. The temperature in the vault dropped by 100 degrees in a second. The gold coins on the floor froze and shattered. The air turned to liquid nitrogen fog. Harry threw up a shield with the staff. The golden barrier held the cold back, but frost began to creep up the metal. You can't fight nature, Harry. Voldemort laughed, his voice sounding distorted by the cold. Asgard will freeze. And from the ashes of the ice, I will build my new kingdom. Sif and Scourge stumbled into the room behind Harry. They were shivering instantly, their breath turning to snow. We have to go. Sif yelled, her teeth chattering. We can't fight the casket. It'll freeze our blood in seconds. I can't leave him here with that. Harry shouted over the howling wind. If we stay, we die. Scourge roared, grabbing Harry's shoulder. His hand was already turning blue. Tactical retreat, lad. Live to fight. Harry looked at Voldemort. The dark wizard was floating now, surrounded by a blizzard of ice and dark magic. He looked invincible. Harry hated running. He hated it. But he felt the staff trembling. Even the weapon of the king couldn't hold back the primordial winter forever. Fine. Harry yelled. He looked at the wall of the vault. The solid, 3-foot-thick magical stone wall. "We're making a door," Harry yelled. He aimed the staff at the wall. He didn't use a spell. He just pushed. He pushed all the frustration, all the fear, all the raw power he had left. Break! A beam of chaotic green lightning erupted from the staff. It hit the wall and disintegrated it. Not exploded. Erased. A hole 10 feet wide opened up, revealing the open sky outside the palace. They were high up. Very high up. "Jump!" Harry ordered. "Are you insane?" Sif yelled, looking at the drop. "That's a 2-mile fall. Better than being a popsicle." Harry grabbed her arm. Scourge grabbed his other arm. Harry looked back at Voldemort one last time. "This isn't over, Tom." Voldemort just laughed, the sound lost in the screaming wind. Harry jumped. They plummeted out of the palace, falling into the clouds below. The wind whipped at their faces. "How do we land?" Scourge screamed, falling past Harry. Harry tucked the staff against his chest. He concentrated. He remembered the feeling of the broomstick. The firebolt. The freedom of flight. He reached out with his magic, trying to catch the air. Arresto momentum. It didn't stop them completely, but it slowed them down. They crashed through a layer of mist and slammed into a roof of a lower district building. Tiles shattered. Wood splintered. They tumbled, rolled, and finally came to a stop in a pile of hay. Asgard had a lot of hay, apparently. Harry lay there, staring up at the sky. High above, the golden palace was changing. Frost was spreading across the gold. Blue ice was creeping down the spires like a cancer. The sky around the palace was turning dark, swirling with snow. Voldemort had unleashed winter on the city of the sun. Sif groaned, pulling herself out of the hay. She looked at the palace. She looked at Harry. Then she looked at the staff in his hand. "You." She swallowed hard. "You claimed Gungnir. You warped it." "It was too heavy," Harry murmured, sitting up. He looked at the staff. It was pulsing with a faint warmth, keeping the chill of the air away. "I made it fit." Scourge spat out a tooth. "You went toe-to-toe with the Pale Wizard and the Destroyer. And you lived." "We ran," Harry corrected, standing up. His legs felt shaky. "We ran away." "No," Sif stood up, her eyes blazing with a new intensity. She knelt on one knee. "It wasn't forced this time. It was genuine." "You retreated to regroup," Sif said. "You have the king's weapon. You have the blood. And you have the will." She looked up at him. "The war has changed, Harry. Tyr is just a general. Voldemort is a monster. But you are the king." Harry looked at the freezing palace. He felt the cold wind hitting his face. He tightened his grip on the staff. "King," Harry tested the word. It tasted like ash and iron. "Okay," Harry said softly. "If I'm the king, then I have a decree." "What is it?" Scourge asked, hauling himself up. Harry's eyes glowed. "We need an army. And I know exactly where to find one." He looked toward the horizon, toward the distant peaks of the mountains where the Valkyries were hiding. "Pack your bags," Harry said. "We're going on a road trip." Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4, Frost and Fire. So, here's the thing about magical ice from the literal casket of a primordial winter god, it doesn't just make you shiver. It doesn't just make your teeth chatter. It tries to rewrite your DNA into something that enjoys being a popsicle. Harry was lying in a pile of hay that was rapidly turning into frozen shredded wheat. The air around him wasn't just cold, it was heavy. It felt like walking into a wall of solid glass. Above him, the sky of Asgard, usually a brilliant, blinding gold, was curdling into a bruised purple, choked by swirling clouds that looked like spilled ink. "Okay," Harry groaned, pushing himself up. His joints popped. His breath came out in a cloud so thick he could almost grab it. That went, well. Except for the part where we gave the bad guy the ultimate air conditioning unit. Sif was already on her feet, pacing. She looked furious. Like, Punch a Mountain, furious. She was brushing hay off her armor, which was now coated in a thin layer of rime frost. We ran, she spat, kicking a frozen wooden bucket so hard it shattered into splinters. We had him right there, and we ran. We tactically regrouped, Harry corrected, clutching the staff. The metal was warm in his hand, a lifeline of heat in the encroaching freeze. There's a difference. Dying in a tomb because your blood froze solid isn't heroic, Sif. It's just stupid. Scourge was checking his axe, running a thumb over the blade. The lad's right, War Maiden. The casket isn't a weapon you fight with steel. It's a force of nature. Unless you have a star in your pocket, you don't tank that kind of cold. Harry looked around. They were in a lower district, somewhere near the edge of the city where the golden architecture gave way to the massive roots of Yggdrasil. The buildings here were simpler, made of stone and wood, and right now, they were being evacuated. People, Asgardian civilians, were running. Mothers clutching children, old men hobbling with canes, shopkeepers shoving wares into bags. The panic was palpable. The cold was chasing them down the streets like a predator. "Where do we go?" Harry asked, his voice tight. "You said the Valkyries are in the mountains. But that's miles away. And..." He gestured to the sky where sleek, shark-like ships were patrolling. "The airspace is locked down." "Tyr has the skies," Sif admitted, her shoulders slumping slightly. "And with the Bifrost broken and the casket unleashed, he'll lock down the ground bridges too. We're trapped in the city." Harry felt a twitch in his scar. It wasn't pain, exactly. It was more like a radio picking up static. He closed his eyes. He could feel the layout of the city. It was weird, like he had a GPS map projected onto the back of his eyelids. He could feel the pulse of the world tree. And he could feel holes. "There's a back door," Harry said suddenly. Scourge looked at him. "What?" "I can feel it," Harry pointed toward the massive, dark roots that twisted down into the abyss below the city. "There's a draft. A magical draft. Something is leaking through." Scourge's eyes widened. "The smuggler's run. I haven't thought about that in centuries." "Explain," Sif demanded. Before the treaties, Scourge grunted, frost giants used to smuggle goods, and spies, into Asgard through the unstable rifts near the roots. It's a pocket dimension. A bleed-through from Jotunheim. Jotunheim? Harry blinked. Land of the ice giants? Isn't that exactly where the cold is coming from? It's a shortcut, Scourge shrugged. It bypasses the city gates and the blockade. It dumps out near the base of the mountains. But it's dangerous. The reality there is, thin. Thin is better than frozen, Harry decided. He looked at the panic in the streets. He wanted to help them. He wanted to stand there and blast the ice away. But he knew he couldn't save the city if he was dead. "Lead the way, big guy." The entrance to the smuggler's run was, appropriately, inside a tavern that had been abandoned about 5 minutes ago. Scourge kicked open a trapdoor behind the bar, revealing a tunnel that didn't look like it was made of stone. It looked like it was made of frozen blue meat. "Don't touch the walls," Scourge warned, climbing down. "They bite." "Of course they do," Harry muttered. "Sif, after you." They descended into the dark. The tunnel was a nightmare. The gravity shifted constantly. 1 minute they were walking downhill, the next they were walking on the ceiling. The air smelled of ozone and ancient, stale snow. As they walked, the environment began to change. The stone of Asgard faded away, replaced by jagged shards of blue ice that jutted out of the void. They were walking on a path that floated in nothingness. Below them, stars. Above them, more stars, but they looked wrong. Distorted. "This is the bleed," Sif said, her voice echoing strangely. "We are walking between realms. Harry, keep your mind focused. If you think about falling, you will fall. Don't think about falling." "Got it." Harry focused on his boots. "So, what's the plan?" "We get the Valkyries, and then what?" "They're just cavalry, right?" "They are not just cavalry," Sif corrected, leaping over a gap in the ice. "They are the choosers of the slain. They have authority over death. If they ride with us, it proves your legitimacy. Tyr can claim the throne, but if the Valkyries ignore him, the people will know he's a fake." "Politics," Harry sighed. "I hate politics. I just want to hit Voldemort with a brick." "A noble goal," Scourge chuckled. Suddenly, Harry stopped. He didn't just stop walking, he froze. He dropped to his knees, clutching his chest. "Harry?" Sif was at his side instantly. "What is it? Is it the wound?" "No," Harry gasped. His eyes were wide, the pupils dilating until the green was almost swallowed by black. "Something's wrong. It wasn't Asgard." The sensation hit him like a physical blow. It was a coldness that had nothing to do with the tunnel. It was a specific, familiar cold. The smell of a dank lake. The feeling of stone castles. The terror of children. Hogwarts. The vision slammed into his brain without permission. He saw the Great Hall. But the ceiling wasn't showing the sky, it was showing ice. He saw the black lake frozen solid, the giant squid trapped beneath the surface, thrashing. He saw Dementors. Hundreds of them. Gliding over the Quidditch pitch, their aura of despair amplifying the unnatural winter. And he saw him. Severus Snape. Standing in the courtyard. But he wasn't wearing his usual black robes. He was wearing armor. Black, boiled leather armor with silver runes etched into the shoulders. He was holding a wand in one hand and a jagged dagger in the other. And behind him, monsters. Not Death Eaters. Monsters. Hulking, blue-skinned giants with icicles for beards. "He's there," Harry whispered, his voice trembling with rage. "He's at the school." "Who?" Scourge asked, looking around nervously at the shifting void. "Voldemort," Harry snarled, standing up. The staff in his hand flared with light, angry, chaotic red light mixed with the gold. "He's not just freezing Asgard. He's using the connection. He's bleeding the casket's power onto Earth. He's attacking your home," Sif realized. "To draw you out." "It's working," Harry said. He looked at the path ahead, toward the mountains. Then he looked at the void to his left. The swirling, empty darkness between dimensions. "Harry, no," Sif warned. "We need the Valkyries. If you go back to Earth now, you go alone. And you go without an army." "My friends are there," Harry said. "Neville. Hermione. Ron. They can't fight frost giants, Sif. They have sticks and Latin homework. They're going to be slaughtered. It's a trap." Scourge bellowed. "Tyr wants you to split your focus. If you leave Asgard, he wins." Harry turned to them. His face was hard. He didn't look 16 anymore. He looked ancient. "I'm not leaving Asgard," Harry said. He raised the staff. "I'm bringing Asgard with me." "What does that even mean?" Sif shouted. "The realms are connected by the tree, right?" Harry walked to the edge of the ice path. He looked into the abyss. "And I'm the heir. I have the keys. You can't open a Bifrost without the bridge. Scourge argued. It takes massive energy. You'll vaporize yourself. I don't need a bridge, Harry said, the Loki voice in his head cackling with delight. Break the walls. Tear the curtains. I have a sledgehammer. Harry gripped the staff with both hands. He didn't focus on a spell. He focused on a destination. The courtyard. The stone. The smell of rain and fear. Harry corrected himself. My way. He swung the staff. Not at an enemy. At the empty space in front of him. He put every ounce of his frustration, his fear, and his newfound god-tier juice into the swing. Crack. The sound was like a gunshot in a library. Reality ripped. A tear appeared in the void. Jagged, neon-green edges sizzled against the darkness. Through the hole, they could see, gray. Gray clouds. Stone towers. Snow falling on a Scottish castle. By the Norns, Scourge breathed. He just punched a hole in the universe. Harry swayed, sweat pouring down his face. Get in. We're going to school. Sif looked at the tier, then at Harry. A wild grin spread across her face. She drew her sword. I have always wanted to see Midgard, she laughed. I hear the ale is terrible, but the fighting is good. She jumped through the hole. Scourge sighed, hefting his axe. I hate portal sickness. He jumped. Harry looked back at the path to the mountains. Hold on, ladies. I'll be back for you. He stepped into the tear. Location, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Time, right now it was July, but you wouldn't know it. Hogwarts looked like a scene from a post-apocalyptic Christmas card. The grounds were buried under 3 feet of snow. The Black Lake was a sheet of white iron. The Forbidden Forest was silent, the trees coated in ice so thick the branches were snapping under the weight. And in the courtyard, the resistance was dying. Neville Longbottom crouched behind a statue of a gargoyle, clutching his wand so hard his knuckles were white. He was bleeding from a cut above his eye. Hold the line. Neville screamed, his voice cracking. Don't let them reach the Great Hall. Around him, members of the DA and the Order of the Phoenix were fighting a losing battle. But they weren't fighting Death Eaters. Well, not just Death Eaters. They were fighting towering, 10-foot-tall monstrosities made of blue muscle and ice. Frost giants. Lesser ones, summoned constructs, but still terrifying. Spells bounced off their hides. Stupefy did nothing. Expelliarmus just annoyed them. They're too strong. Ginny Weasley yelled, ducking as a giant swung a club made of frozen oak. The impact pulverized a stone bench. Fire. Hermione shouted from the balcony above. Use incendio. Confringo. Aim for the eyes. A volley of fire spells hit the lead giant. It roared, shielding its face, but it didn't stop. It marched forward, flanked by Death Eaters who were laughing, casting curses from behind the meat shields. And leading them was Snape. The potions master looked terrifying. The Asgardian armor he wore pulsed with dark runes. He moved with a speed that wasn't human. He deflected a curse from Professor McGonagall with a casual wave of his hand, not even using a shield charm. Pathetic, Snape drawled, his voice amplified by magic. Is this the best the light can muster? Children playing soldiers. Severus. McGonagall screamed, her hair wild, her wand shaking. Stop this madness. You are destroying the school. I am saving it, Snape replied coldly. I am purging the weakness. The Dark Lord brings a new order. An order of strength. He pointed his wand at the main doors. Breach the hall. Take the mudbloods. Kill the rest. The frost giants roared and charged. The ground shook. Neville stood up. He knew he was going to die. He looked at the charging monsters. He thought about his parents. He thought about Harry. Reducto. Neville screamed, firing a curse at the lead giant. It hit the giant in the chest. It blasted a chunk of ice armor off, but the giant didn't stop. It raised its massive club, overshadowing Neville. Neville closed his eyes. Boom! The sky exploded. Not thunder. An explosion of green and gold light that tore the clouds apart directly above the courtyard. A shockwave of pressure slammed everyone, giant and wizard alike, into the snow. 3 figures dropped from the sky like meteors. They hit the ground between Neville and the giants. The impact cratered the flagstones, sending a cloud of snow and debris flying. When the dust settled, Neville squinted. Standing in the center of the crater was a boy. But he didn't look like a boy. He was wearing jeans and a torn hoodie, but he held a staff that hummed with terrifying power. His eyes were glowing. "Harry?" Neville whispered. Harry Potter straightened up. He looked at the frost giants. He looked at Snape. "Get away from my school," Harry said. The lead frost giant, confused but angry, roared and swung its club down at Harry. Harry didn't even look up. He raised his left hand. "Sit down." He didn't cast a spell. He exerted will. A massive, invisible fist of telekinetic force slammed into the giant. The 10-foot monster was flattened. Literally. It was smashed into the ground with a wet crunch, turning into a pile of blue slush and broken ice. The entire battlefield went silent. Harry spun the staff. "Sif. Scourge. Clear the trash. Snape is mine." With pleasure, Sif grinned. She didn't have her shield, but she had her sword. She launched herself at the next giant. She didn't use magic. She used speed. She ran up the giant's leg, vaulted off its chest, and drove her sword into its neck. Scourge laughed, a booming, joyful sound. Midgardian invasion. Finally. He charged the Death Eaters. A Death Eater fired a killing curse. Scourge batted the green light aside with the flat of his axe like it was a tennis ball. "Magic doesn't work on you, or you metal, you twig-waving coward." Scourge roared, head-butting the Death Eater into unconsciousness. Harry walked toward Snape. The Death Eaters tried to stop him. 2 of them popped out from behind a pillar. Avada, Harry didn't break stride. He pointed the staff. A whip of lightning, actual lightning, lashed out. It hit both Death Eaters, arcing between them. They went flying backward, smoking. Snape stood his ground. He didn't look scared. He looked calculated. "Potter," Snape sneered. "So the prodigal son returns. And you brought pets. They're friends, Snape. You should try getting some. Might help with the personality defect." Harry stopped 10 feet away. The snow around his feet melted instantly, sizzling against the heat radiating from him. "You think you have power?" Snape raised his wand. The runes on his armor glowed purple. "You are a child holding a flashlight. I have been gifted the secrets of the war god." Snape slashed his wand. It wasn't a spell Harry recognized. It was a rune construct. A glowing purple symbol manifested in the air, Thurasaz, the rune of giants and thorns. Huge, spectral spikes erupted from the ground, tearing through the stone, aiming to skewer Harry. Harry didn't shield. He slammed the staff down. Break. A pulse of gold energy rippled out. The spectral spikes shattered like glass. The shock wave continued, hitting Snape. Snape shielded, but the force drove him back 5 feet, his boots carving grooves in the stone. "You're using borrowed magic, Severus," Harry said, his voice overlapping with a deeper, echoing tone. Tyr gave you a battery. But you don't know how the machine works. I know enough to kill you. Snape screamed. He was losing his composure. He unleashed a barrage. Dark curses mixed with Asgardian shadow magic. Snakes made of black fire. Invisible blades of wind. Harry deflected them. He spun the staff like a propeller. The blade sliced through the magic. Left. Right. Block. Absorb. He was walking forward. Relentless. Is that it? Harry asked. Is that all you got for selling your soul? Snape snarled. He reached into his robes and pulled out a small, glowing stone. A runestone. He crushed it. Grow. Snape's body contorted. The armor fused with his skin. He grew taller, his muscles swelling, his skin turning a sickly gray. He was channeling the essence of a berserker. He abandoned magic. He charged Harry, moving faster than a blur, aiming to rip Harry's head off with his bare hands. Harry dropped the staff. Everyone watching gasped. Snape lunged, a clawed hand reaching for Harry's throat. Harry stepped inside the guard. He moved like water. Like Loki. He grabbed Snape's wrist, used the momentum, and hip-tossed the mutated potions master. Snape slammed into the ground hard enough to crack the foundation. Before Snape could rise, Harry was on him. He didn't use a weapon. He punched him. Right in the face. Crack. That's for Dumbledore. Crack. That's for the points. Crack. And that's for being a greasy git. Harry stood up, breathing hard. His hands were glowing green. Snape lay in the crater, his transformation reverting. The armor was shattered. His nose was broken, again. He coughed, blood bubbling on his lips. He looked up at Harry with pure hate. Do it, Snape wheezed. Finish it. Prove you are a killer like your father. Harry raised his hand. The green energy swirled, forming a blade. Harry. Stop. The voice was weak, old, but commanding. Albus Dumbledore limped into the courtyard. He looked terrible. His hand was blackened and withered, the ring curse. He looked frail. But his blue eyes were sharp. Don't do this, Harry, Dumbledore pleaded. He is defeated. We do not execute prisoners. Harry looked at Dumbledore. Then he looked at the carnage around them. The students bleeding in the snow. The frozen lake. He led monsters into a school, Professor, Harry said coldly. He gave up his right to mercy. He is a pawn. Dumbledore argued, stepping closer. If you kill him in cold blood, you fracture your soul. You become what you fight. My soul is already fractured, Albus, Harry said. I have two gods living in my head. One wants chaos, the other wants order. Neither of them cares about your moral high ground. Harry looked back down at Snape. But you're right. Killing him is too easy. Harry reached down. He placed his hand on Snape's forehead. Obliviate Magicus. It wasn't a standard spell. It was something the Loki voice whispered. Take his toys away. Harry ripped the magic out. Not his wizard magic, that was innate. He ripped out the Asgardian corruption. He tore the dark runes off Snape's soul. Snape screamed. Agony like he had never known. Black smoke poured out of his mouth and eyes. When it stopped, Snape was unconscious. Just a man. A broken, pathetic man in tattered robes. Harry stepped back. The green glow faded. The battle was over. The frost giants were dead or fleeing. The Death Eaters had operated away the moment Snape fell. Sif walked over, wiping blue blood off her sword. She looked at Harry, impressed. You let him live. A tactical error, but a dramatic choice. I respect it. Scourge was helping a terrified first year out of a snowbank. Kid, you got any food? I'm starving. Harry picked up his staff. He turned to the students. To Neville, Ginny, Luna. They were staring at him like he was a stranger. Like he was a god. Harry. Hermione stepped forward, her bushy hair wild with static. You can fly. And use a staff. And, what is happening? Harry looked at them. He wanted to hug them. He wanted to go to the common room and eat crumpets. But he felt the weight of the crown. The weight of the war. I'm sorry, Harry said softly. I didn't want to bring this here. But I can't stop it. Suddenly, the ground shook. The clouds above didn't just part, they burned away. A massive projection appeared in the sky. It was huge, spanning the entire horizon. It was a face. A scarred, bearded face wearing a golden helmet. Tyr. The god of war. His eyes were like burning coals. He looked down at Hogwarts, his voice booming like thunder, shaking the very stones of the castle. Harry Potter. The sound shattered windows in the Ravenclaw Tower. Students screamed, covering their ears. You dare reject your fate? You dare bring outsiders into my realm and then flee like a coward? Harry looked up at the sky. He didn't flinch. He amplified his voice with the staff. I didn't flee, Tyr. I came to take out the trash. Tyr sneered. You fight for ants. You protect mortals while Asgard burns. So be it. The projection shifted. Tyr raised a hand. If you love Midgard so much, you can watch it die. I declare war upon this realm. I will rain fire until you surrender the throne. I am coming for you, false king. And I will bring the legions of hell with me. The projection vanished. Silence returned to the courtyard. But it was a terrified silence. Snow began to fall again. But now, mixed with the white flakes, were ashes. Dumbledore walked up to Harry. He looked old. So very old. Harry, Dumbledore whispered. What have you done? Harry looked at the headmaster. He looked at Sif and Scourge, who were standing ready, weapons drawn, looking at the sky. I didn't start this war, Professor, Harry said, his voice hard as iron. But I'm going to finish it. He turned to Neville. Neville. Neville straightened up. Yeah, Harry. Get the DA ready. We aren't a secret club anymore. Harry slammed the butt of his staff onto the stone. The sound rang out like a bell. We're an army. And Hogwarts is now a fortress. Harry looked up at the grey sky, his eyes burning with green and gold fire. Let them come. Chapter 4 End. Chapter 5, The Council of Swords. You know that feeling when you throw a house party, and two completely different friend groups show up? Like, you have the chess club on one side and the varsity rugby team on the other, and they're just staring at each other like they're from different planets. Now, imagine the chess club is a bunch of terrified wizards in bathrobes clutching wooden sticks, and the rugby team is a squad of literal demigods and alien refugees covered in blue blood and carrying axes the size of Honda Civics. And instead of a house party, it's a war council to decide the fate of the planet. Welcome to the Great Hall, 2 hours after Tyr decided to FaceTime the entire school and threaten to glass the planet. The hall had been transformed. The 4 long house tables were gone, shoved against the walls to make room for cots, medical stations, and weapon racks. The enchanted ceiling, usually displaying the sky, was locked in a turbulent, stormy gray, reflecting the absolute chaos outside. It was freezing in there. Voldemort's little winter project in Asgard was leaking through the ley lines, dropping the temperature in Scotland to "don't touch metal with your tongue" levels. In the center of the room, where the Sorting Hat usually did its yearly song and dance, stood a massive tactical map. It wasn't paper, it was a glowing, 3D projection generated by Scourge's wrist computer, hovering in the air. And around it? The Council of Swords. A name Sif came up with because she thought the Order of the Phoenix sounded like a birdwatching club. Harry stood at the head of the projection. He hadn't slept. He hadn't eaten. He was running on adrenaline, caffeine, and the weird, buzzing energy of the Gungnir staff, which was currently leaning against his hip like a glorified walking stick. To his right, Lady Sif. She had ditched the heavy plate armor for a lighter leather cuirass, but she still looked like she could snap a erratic bludger in half with her eyelids. She was sharpening a dagger, the shhh sound cutting through the murmurs of the room. To his left, Scourge. The executioner was currently eating a leg of mutton that he had definitely stolen from the kitchens. He looked bored, but his eyes were tracking every exit, every wand movement. Opposite them, the Wizarding World's leadership. Albus Dumbledore sat in a conjured armchair, looking frail. His blackened hand was resting on his lap, shaking slightly. Next to him was Rufus Scrimgeour, the Minister of Magic, who looked like a lion that had been through a washing machine. Kingsley Shacklebolt, McGonagall, and Snape, who was currently tied to a chair in the corner, conscious but silent, stripped of his magic, rounded out the group. And hovering nervously at the edges were the students. The D.A. Neville, Hermione, Ron, Ginny, Luna. They weren't sitting at the table, but they weren't leaving either. "This is preposterous," Scrimgeour barked, slamming a fist onto the invisible table surface. "Absolutely preposterous. You expect the Ministry to hand over command of our Auror forces to a teenager and his foreign mercenaries?" Harry rubbed his temples. The voices in his head were arguing again. Odin wanted to give a speech about unity. Loki wanted to turn Scrimgeour into a ferret. "They aren't mercenaries, Minister," Harry said, his voice raspy. "They're allies. And I'm not asking for command. I'm telling you that your command structure is broken." "Broken?" Scrimgeour spluttered. "We are the government. We have protocols. We have the statute of secrecy." Sif laughed. It wasn't a nice laugh. It was a sharp, barking sound. "Statute of secrecy?" She looked up from her dagger. "Minister," a giant floating head just appeared in the sky and screamed at the entire country. "I think the secret is out. Your muggles are already posting videos of it on there. What is it called? MySpace?" "YouTube," Hermione corrected quietly from the sidelines. "It's trending worldwide. Giant Sky Face Prank is the current title, but people are panicking." "Exactly," Sif pointed the knife at Scrimgeour. "The veil is torn. Tyr doesn't care about your statutes. He cares about conquest. If you try to hide, he will burn your hiding spots first. We must negotiate." Dumbledore spoke up, his voice soft but carrying that undeniable weight of authority. "War with Asgard is unwinnable, Harry. We cannot fight gods. We must find a diplomatic solution. Perhaps if we surrender the artifacts, Tyr will show mercy." Harry looked at Dumbledore. It hurt. It genuinely hurt to see his mentor so defeated. But Harry wasn't the boy who asked for advice anymore. He was the guy holding the nuclear launch codes. "Mercy?" Harry stepped forward. The floorboards creaked. "Professor, Tyr isn't invading because he wants my staff. He's invading because he hates us. He hates mortals. He hates mixed bloods. Surrender just makes us easier to execute." Scourge swallowed a mouthful of meat and burped. "Kid's right, old man. Tyr's doctrine is strength or death. If you kneel, he cuts your head off because you look better shorter. If you stand, he respects you enough to kill you in combat. Either way, you're fighting." Scrimgeour stood up, his face purple. "I will not have it. I am the minister. I am ordering the arrest of these aliens, and the confiscation of that weapon, Mr. Potter. You are endangering the entire wizarding population. He signaled to two Aurors standing behind him. Dawlish and some other guy. They stepped forward, wands raised. Mr. Potter, Dawlish said, looking sweaty. Hand over the staff. Harry didn't move. He didn't even raise the staff. He just looked at them. Sif, Harry said calmly. Show them. Sif didn't blink. She moved. It was faster than apparition. 1 second she was sitting, the next she was standing on the table. She kicked Dawlish's wand out of his hand, grabbed him by the collar, and hurled him across the great hall. He flew, literally flew, 30 feet and landed in a pile of Hufflepuff beanbag chairs. The other Auror panicked and fired a stunner. Sif backhanded the spell. Literally slapped the red light away with her gauntlet. She grabbed the Auror's wrist and twisted. He yelped, dropping to his knees. Sif stood over him, her dagger resting gently against his jugular. We move faster than you can think, Sif said, her voice echoing in the silent hall. We hit harder than your giants. And we don't need wands to kill you. Are we clear? Scrimgeour sat down. Hard. His face was pale. Harry walked over to the table. He leaned in, his eyes glowing faintly, 1 emerald, 1 gold. The ministry has fallen, Rufus. You just don't know it yet. The Death Eaters are gone because they're scared. They know what's coming. You have 2 choices. You can keep playing government and die in your office, or you can shut up, listen to my generals, and maybe save some lives. Harry looked around the room. This is the Council of Swords. And until this war is over, I'm the one holding the biggest sword. Any objections? Silence. Good, Harry straightened up. Scourge, give them the tactical layout. Sif, you have the students. Make them dangerous. Location, the Quidditch pitch, currently, boot camp. An hour later, the snow-covered Quidditch pitch looked less like a sports arena and more like a torture chamber. Harry stood in the stands, watching. The wind was biting, whipping his hair around his face, but the staff kept him in a bubble of warmth. Beside him, Hermione was frantically scribbling notes on a clipboard, her quill moving so fast it was smoking. The physics don't make sense, Harry, she muttered, not looking up. I've been analyzing the readings from Scourge Sachs. The metal density is impossible. It should weigh 4 tons, but he swings it like it's balsa wood. And the Bifrost energy you used? It spiked the local ley lines by 4,000%. We're lucky Hogwarts didn't implode. Magic, Hermione, Harry said, watching the field. It's just magic. It's not just magic, she snapped, finally looking at him. Her eyes were red-rimmed. She was terrified, Harry realized. Wizard magic violates thermodynamics, sure, but Asgardian magic violates causality. You punched a hole in space-time because you were angry. That's not a spell, Harry. That's godhood. Harry looked at her. Does it scare you? Yes. Hermione threw her hands up. You scare me. Your eyes are glowing. You're talking about wars and executions. You're 16, Harry. You should be worrying about NEWTS, not managing a planetary defense grid. Harry sighed. He reached out and gently lowered her clipboard. I am scared too, Hermione, he admitted softly. Every time I close my eyes, I see tear-burning London. I hear the Loki voice telling me to just let it burn and rule the ashes. I hear Odin telling me to sacrifice you all for the greater good. It's loud. And it's heavy. He looked back at the pitch. But if I don't use this power, who stops them? Scrimgeour. Snape. Hermione deflated. She leaned against the railing, shivering despite her heavy cloak. I know. I miss the days when our biggest problem was Draco Malfoy being a git. Me too, Harry grinned weakly. Me too. Down on the pitch, Sif was currently educating the DA. And by educating, I mean she was systematically dismantling their egos. About 50 students were lined up. They had wands out. Sif stood 20 paces away, holding a wooden practice sword she had transfigured from a broomstick. Again. Sif barked. Stupefy. Dean Thomas yelled. The red bolt flew true. Sif didn't dodge. She just angled the wooden sword. The spell hit the wood and deflected into the snow. Too slow. Sif shouted. She lunged. She closed the 20-pace gap in 3 seconds. Dean tried to cast Protego, but Sif swept his legs. He hit the snow with a whump. You rely on the word. Sif circled them like a shark. You think the magic comes from the Latin. Stupefy. Expelliarmus. Bah. She stopped in front of Ginny Weasley. You, Sif pointed the stick. Red hair. You have fire in you. Attack me. Ginny didn't hesitate. Reducto. Sif sidestepped. The spell blasted a crater in the ground behind her. Good power, Sif critiqued. Terrible aim. You aim where I am, not where I will be. Ginny grit her teeth. She fired again. And again. Confringo. Petrificus totalis. She was fast, aggressive. Her brothers had taught her well. Sif was impressed. She was actually dodging now, weaving through the barrage. Better. Sif laughed. But you are still a wizard. You stand still. You plant your feet like a tree. In war, trees become firewood. Sif charged. Ginny didn't flinch. But instead of casting a curse, she did something unexpected. She dropped to her knees, sliding on the ice. As Sif swung the wooden sword overhead, Ginny aimed her wand up. Levi Corpus. The spell hit Sif at point-blank range. Sif was yanked into the air by her ankle. She dangled there, upside down, looking surprised. The DA cheered. Ron punched the air. That's my sister. Sif, hanging upside down, started to laugh. It was a genuine, delighted sound. She did a crunch in mid-air, grabbed her own ankle, and with a grunt of exertion, physically ripped herself out of the magical hold. The spell shattered like glass. She flipped and landed on her feet, cat-like. Rule number 1, Sif grinned at a stunned Ginny. Asgardian physiology resists direct magical manipulation. But. She nodded. That was clever. You used the environment. You changed levels. You have the instincts of a shield maiden. Sif looked at the shivering group of students. Listen to me, she bellowed. Tyr's soldiers are not Death Eaters. They do not monologue. They do not taunt. They are drilled to kill. Their armor absorbs minor spells. Their shields deflect major ones. If you stand and duel, you die. She paced back and forth. You must be chaotic. You must be dirty. Transfigure the ground to mud. Blind them with light. Summon bees. Use your environment. Do not try to overpower a god. Trick him. Trip him. Then slit his throat. She looked up at Harry in the stands and winked. Your general taught me that. Harry felt a flush of pride. Or maybe that was the Loki side preening. She learns fast. I like her. Shut up, Harry muttered to his brain. Location, Greenhouse 3, the jungle. While Sif was turning students into guerrilla warriors, Harry had a different mission. He found Neville Longbottom in Greenhouse 3. The place was a humid, choking jungle of magical flora. Vines writhed on the ceiling, venomous tentaculas were snapping at flies. Neville was repotting a screech snap, his hands covered in dragon dung fertilizer. He looked focused, but sad. "Hey, Nev," Harry said, stepping inside. The humidity fogged up his glasses immediately. He tapped them with the staff to clear them. Neville jumped, nearly dropping the plant. "Harry. I didn't hear you come in." "I was practicing my ninja skills," Harry joked weakly. He leaned against a potting table. "Sif says you skipped training." Neville sighed. He wiped his hands on his apron. "I'm no good at that stuff, Harry. I can cast a shield charm, sure. But, fighting gods? Acrobatic sword fighting? Look at me." He gestured to himself. He was round-faced, clumsy, and currently covered in dirt. "I'm not a soldier. I'm a gardener. I should just stay here. Grow mandrakes for the potions." Harry looked at Neville. He saw the doubt. But he also saw the boy who stood up to him in first year. The boy who charged Bellatrix in the ministry. "You know," Harry said, walking over to a large, sleeping devil's snare. "Odin had a garden." Neville blinked. "He did?" "Yeah. The stories say he tended it himself. Because a garden is order. It's life. But it's also defense. You think a rose is weak?" Harry touched a thorn. "It draws blood if you grab it wrong." Harry turned to Neville. The staff in his hand began to glow with a deep, earthen gold light. "I don't need another soldier, Neville. I have Sif. I have Scourge. I have 50 kids who want to be action heroes." Harry stepped closer. The air in the greenhouse began to vibrate. The plant stopped moving. The venomous tentacula turned toward Harry, sensing the power. "I need a warden," Harry said. "I need someone who can hold the ground." "Literally." "I don't understand," Neville stammered. "The castle," Harry explained. "It's sitting on a ley line. A convergence point of earth magic. It's what powers the wards. But the wards are designed to stop wizards. They won't stop frost giants." Harry reached out. "Give me your hand." Neville hesitated, then reached out his dirty hand. Harry grasped it. "I, Harry James Potter, all heir of Asgard, designate you, Neville Longbottom, as the guardian of the root." Harry channeled the power. Not the chaotic green energy, but the solid, heavy golden power of the All-Father. He pushed it into Neville. Neville gasped. His eyes flew open. The magic didn't hurt. It felt like sinking into warm soil. It felt like the sun on his back. He felt his connection to the earth expand. He could feel the roots of the venomous tentacula. He could feel the whomping willow outside. He could feel the very stones of Hogwarts. Vines shot out of the ground around them, braiding themselves into a protective dome. Flowers bloomed instantly on the tables. Neville looked at his hands. His veins were glowing with a faint, amber light. "What did you do?" Neville whispered. He looked at a pot of dead ivy. He touched it. The ivy exploded into life, growing 3 feet in a second, green and vibrant. "I gave you access," Harry said, leaning heavily on his staff. That had taken a lot out of him. "You're plugged into the school now, Nevada. You control the grounds. If a giant steps on the grass, you'll know. If a wall breaks, you can fix it." Neville looked at the plants. He looked at Harry. The fear in his eyes was replaced by a slow, dawning realization of responsibility. "I control the plants." Neville asked. "You control the battlefield," Harry corrected. "Make the forest fight them, Neville. Make the grass bind their feet. Make the castle eat them alive." Neville took a deep breath. He stood up straighter. He didn't look like a clumsy boy anymore. He looked like a druid. I can do that, Neville said, his voice steady. I can hold the gate. I know you can, Harry clapped him on the shoulder. Now go wash up. We have a war council dinner, and if you smell like dragon poo, Sif will throw you out a window. Location, the Great Hall, dinner/strategy meeting. The mood at dinner was tense. The house tables were back, but the segregation was gone. Gryffindors sat with Slytherins, mostly out of fear, Ravenclaws were analyzing Scourge's weaponry, and Hufflepuffs were distributing blankets. Harry sat at the head table, flanked by his generals. He was picking at a plate of roast chicken, but his stomach was in knots. Reports, Harry said, not looking up. Scourge swallowed a massive gulp of ale. Perimeter is secure. The plants did something weird. The Whomping Willow has grown spikes. And the pumpkin patch is eating crows. I assume that was the Longbottom kid? Yeah, Harry nodded. Earth magic. What about the sky? Bad, Sif said, cutting a steak with surgical precision. The cloud cover is thickening. Tyr's fleet is cloaked, but I can smell the ozone. They are staging for an orbital drop. They will hit the population centers first. London. Paris. New York. He wants to draw you out. Harry's grip on his fork tightened until the metal bent. He hits the muggles to get to me. It is effective, Sif noted without emotion. It's what I would do. We need to evacuate, Hermione said from across the table. We can use the Floo network to move people to the countryside. Too slow, Ron argued. And the Ministry controls the Floo. Scrimgeour is still sulking in his office. Scrimgeour is a liability, Harry muttered. The Loki voice whispered, kill him. Take the power. One leader. One will. Harry shook his head to clear it. No. We don't kill allies. Even if the ally is a fool. Scourge asked. Suddenly, a commotion at the doors. A group of Aurors burst in. They looked panicked. But not, we're under attack, panicked. More like, we did something stupid, panicked. One of them, a tall, thin man named Proudfoot, rushed up to the head table. Mr. Potter. Minister Scrimgeour, he's gone. Harry stood up. Gone. Gone where? He received a message, Proudfoot stammered. A raven. It carried a rune. He said it was a negotiation offer from Tyr. He took a portkey. He said he was going to save the world. That idiot, Sif slammed her hand on the table. He walked right into a trap. He thinks he can bargain with the god of war, Harry groaned. He's going to get himself killed and give away our position. It's worse, Proudfoot whispered. He looked terrified. He took the tracking charm keys for the school's wards. If he surrenders those, Tyr can lower the shields remotely, Hermione finished, her face going white. He can drop the Legion right on top of us. Harry grabbed his staff. Where did the portkey take him? Track the signature. We can't. Proudfoot cried. It was encrypted. Harry closed his eyes. Chaos. Everything was falling apart. The order he tried to build was crumbling because of one man's ego. Use the sight, the Odin voice rumbled. See what is hidden. Harry opened his eyes. They flared gold. He looked at Proudfoot. He looked past the man's skin, seeing the magical residue clinging to him. He saw the trace of the portkey. The Ministry atrium, Harry said. He went to the Ministry. I'll go, Sif stood up. No, Harry said. I go. You hold the castle. If the shields drop, you activate protocol, meat grinder, dot. Understood, Sif nodded. Harry turned to move, but suddenly, the air in the Great Hall shifted. It wasn't an attack from outside. It was from inside. A spell fired from the Ravenclaw table. Not a stunner. A green killing curse. Avada Kedavra. It was aimed right at Harry's back. Harry didn't see it. He was looking at Sif. But he felt it. The hair on his neck stood up. The staff in his hand screamed a warning. Time slowed down. Harry spun. He didn't have time to cast a counter-curse. He didn't have time to dodge. He raised his hand, the left one, the green hand of chaos. He caught the spell. The jet of green light hit his palm. It didn't kill him. It splashed against his skin like water against a rock, sizzling and dissipating into harmless green smoke. The hall went dead silent. Harry stood there, his hand smoking. He looked at his palm. It burned, but he was alive. He was immune to the killing curse. Or maybe he just refused to die. He looked up. At the Ravenclaw table, a student was standing. Marietta Edgecombe. She was shaking, her wand still raised. Her face was twisted in terror. He promised, she screamed. He promised if I killed you, he would spare my mother. Tyr promised. Harry lowered his hand. His expression was unreadable. It wasn't anger. It was disappointment. He lied, Marietta, Harry said softly. He's the god of war. He lies to win. Die, she screamed, raising her wand again. Expelliarmus, Ron Weasley shouted from the Gryffindor table. Marietta's wand flew out of her hand. She collapsed, sobbing. Aurors rushed to grab her. Students were screaming. The peace of the council was shattered. Scourge stepped forward, raising his axe. Traitor. The punishment for treason in wartime is death. No. Cho Chang screamed, running to Marietta. She was scared. Don't hurt her. Scourge looked at Harry. Lord Potter. The law is clear. If you tolerate betrayal, you invite more. You must make an example. Harry looked at the sobbing girl. He looked at the terrified students. He looked at Dumbledore, who was watching him with intense sorrow. This was the test. The king's test. If he let her go, he looked weak. If he killed her, he was a tyrant. Harry walked over to Marietta. The crowd parted. He stood over her. Stand up, Harry commanded. She stood, trembling, tears streaming down her face. Please. I just want my mom. Harry looked at her. He felt the rage of the war god in his blood demanding a sacrifice. He felt the cold calculation of the trickster suggesting a crueler punishment. Scourge is right, Harry announced to the hall. Treason is a death sentence. Gasps echoed. Hermione covered her mouth. But, Harry continued, his voice rising. I am not Tyr. I do not rule by fear. I rule by choice. He looked at Marietta. You chose your side. You chose the enemy because you were scared. That makes you a coward. And I have no use for cowards. Harry raised his staff. He tapped her on the chest. Excommunicado. A flash of gold light. Marietta gasped. She looked at her hands. She looked normal. I haven't hurt you, Harry said coldly. I have stripped you of the protection of this house. The wards of Hogwarts no longer recognize you. The magic of Asgard will not shield you. He pointed to the door. Leave. Go to your mother. Go to Tyr. Tell him you failed. See if he keeps his promise. Harry, you can't. Hermione cried out. Sending her out there is a death sentence. It's her choice, Harry said, turning his back on Marietta. Get out. Marietta looked around. No one made eye contact. Even Cho stepped back. The shame was absolute. She ran. She ran out of the great hall, sobbing, into the cold night. Harry stood there. He felt heavy. He felt old. That was harder than killing her, Scourge grunted, nodding in approval. You let her live with the shame. Brutal. I like it. I didn't do it for you, Harry muttered. Suddenly, the windows of the great hall shattered. Not from a spell. From a sound. A horn. A deep, resonant, mechanical horn that vibrated in everyone's bones. It came from everywhere and nowhere. The enchanted ceiling turned blood red. The Gyllerhorn, Sif whispered, her face losing all color. He's not waiting for Scrimgeour. Harry looked up. Through the red clouds of the ceiling projection, massive shapes were descending. Ships. Hundreds of them. Black iron hulls, burning with green thruster fire. And in the center, a ship the size of a city. The flagship of Tyr. The Ragnarok. They're here, Harry said. He gripped his staff. He looked at his army. The terrified students. The battered rebels. The old wizards. Stations. Harry roared, his voice amplified by the magic of the king. This is not a drill. Shields up. Archers to the towers. Wizards to the battlements. He turned to Sif. I have to get to London. If that fleet drops on the ministry while Scrimgeour is handing over the keys, we lose the planet. You can't fight a fleet alone. Sif grabbed his arm. I'm not alone, Harry grinned. It was a manic, terrifying grin. The grin of a man who was about to do something incredibly stupid. I have a hostage. Harry pointed the staff at the ceiling. Heimdall. Open the door. He wasn't asking the gatekeeper, who was imprisoned. He was commanding the mechanism of the Bifrost itself, using his authority as the heir. A beam of rainbow light smashed through the roof of Hogwarts. Hermione screamed about structural integrity again. It engulfed Harry. Hold the fort. Harry yelled as he was sucked into the sky. I hate him, Sif sighed, drawing her sword. I really, really hate him. She turned to the DA, you heard the king. Move. Unless you want to die in the cafeteria. Total chaos erupted. But this time, it was organized chaos. Neville ran to the doors, vines spreading from his footsteps. Ron began shouting orders to the Gryffindors. The war for Earth had begun. Chapter 5 End. Chapter 6, London has fallen. Traveling via the Bifrost isn't like taking the night bus. The night bus is chaotic, sure. It smells like old soup and despair. But the Bifrost? The Bifrost is like being strapped to the front of a photon torpedo while a heavy metal drummer uses your ribcage as a snare drum. 1 second, Harry was in the Great Hall, looking at the terrified faces of the DA. The next, he was dissolving into a tunnel of screaming rainbow light that felt less like magic and more like being put through a cosmic cheese grater. London, Harry thought, clutching the vibrating staff of Gungnir like a lifeline. Get me to the ministry. The universe spat him out. Boom. Harry slammed into the cobblestones of Diagon Alley with enough force to trigger a localized earthquake. Dust, debris, and chunks of ancient brick exploded outward. He rolled, groaning, and came up in a crouch, staff raised, ready to blast anything that moved. Okay, Harry coughed, waving away a cloud of pulverized mortar. Graceful landing. 10 out of 10. Stick the landing next time. He blinked the spots from his eyes and looked around. His stomach dropped. Diagon Alley was usually a place of wonder. Broomsticks in windows, kids pressing their noses against the glass of the magical menagerie, the smell of sugar and parchment. Now. It was a war zone. The sky above London wasn't grey. It was a bruised, angry red, choked with smoke. The magical barrier that usually hid the alley from the Muggle world was flickering. It was glitching like a bad TV signal. And the alley itself was burning. Gringotts was sealed tight, the goblins having apparently decided to sit this one out. But the shops? Ollivander's was a husk of shattered glass and timber. Weasley's Wizard Wheezes had its windows blown out, a giant mechanical rabbit head lying forlornly in the street, one ear twitching spastically. But it was the noise that was the worst. Screams. The sharp crack of apparition. And the deep, rhythmic thud-thud-thud of heavy boots. Help. Someone. A witch was running down the street, clutching a bag of potion ingredients. Behind her, 3 figures were giving chase. They weren't Death Eaters. They didn't wear masks. They wore gold. Tyr's infantry. Target acquired, the lead soldier barked. His voice was metallic, filtered through a helm that looked like a snarling lion. He raised a spear that glowed with a nasty, jagged red light. Harry felt the heat in his chest. The Loki voice laughed. Pray. The Odin voice commanded. Protect. Harry didn't think. He moved. He planted his feet and swung the staff like a baseball bat. Stupefy Maxima. A bolt of red light the size of a car tire erupted from the blade. It hit the lead soldier in the chest. Usually, Asgardian armor absorbs magic. But Harry wasn't just throwing magic. He was throwing authority. The soldier didn't just stop. He was launched backward. He flew through the air, smashed through the sign of the leaky cauldron, and disappeared into the pub with a crash of breaking furniture. The other 2 soldiers spun around, spears leveling at Harry. Identified, 1 droned. Priority target, the usurper. The name is Harry, Harry snarled, spinning the staff. The blade extended, glowing with a menacing green aura. And you're trespassing. The soldiers charged. They moved fast, supernaturally fast. But Harry was faster. The adrenaline of the jump was still coursing through him. The first soldier thrust his spear. Harry sidestepped, the red energy singing past his ear. He brought the butt of his staff down on the soldier's foot. Crunch. Metal crumpled. The soldier grunted. Harry followed up with an upward swing, the blade catching the soldier under the chin of his helmet. The soldier flipped backward and landed in a heap. The second soldier hesitated. Boo, Harry said. He thrust his hand forward. Depulso. He didn't aim for the soldier. He aimed for the debris pile behind him. A stack of cauldrons from a destroyed shop was blasted forward like cannonballs. They slammed into the soldier, burying him under a mountain of pewter. The witch who had been running stopped. She stared at Harry, trembling. Harry Potter, she whispered. Are you? Get out of here, Harry shouted over the roar of a distant explosion. Go to the countryside. London isn't safe. Where can we go? She cried, pointing at the sky. Look. Harry looked up. His heart stopped. Hovering over London, casting a shadow that swallowed the Thames, was a ship. It was black, sleek, and shaped like a dagger. It was massive. Easily 3 miles long. Tyr's flagship. The Ragnarok. Small pods were dropping from it like rain. Thousands of them. They were slamming into the city, muggle and magical alike. Every time a pod landed, it unfolded into a squad of soldiers or a beast. He's invading, Harry whispered. He's actually doing it. He looked toward the Ministry of Magic entrance, the red phone booth a few streets away. Scrimgeour, Harry hissed. If you hand over those keys, I'm going to resurrect you just to kill you again. Harry sprinted. He burst out of the leaky cauldron onto Charing Cross Road. The Muggle world was in total panic. Cars were crashed on the sidewalks. People were abandoning their vehicles, running, screaming, pointing at the sky. Harry ignored the statute of secrecy. That ship had sailed, sunk, and been eaten by a kraken. He jumped onto the roof of a parked double-decker bus. He needed height. He needed speed. Accio firebolt. Harry tried. Nothing happened. His broom was back at Hogwarts. Right, Harry muttered. Improvise. He looked at the bus. He looked at the staff. Okay, Grandpa Odin. Don't fail me now. He slammed the staff into the roof of the bus. He visualized the runes he had seen in the book back at the resistance base. Runes of movement. Runes of flight. Rado. Harry shouted. The bus groaned. The magic surged into the metal frame. The wheels sparked, then folded inward. The engine roared, sounding less like a diesel motor and more like a dragon. The double-decker bus lifted into the air. Yes. Harry laughed, feeling the sheer absurdity of it. Next stop, the Ministry of Magic. He steered the bus by leaning on the staff. It was sluggish, heavy, and handled like a brick, but it was flying. He banked hard, scraping the side of a building, and gunned it toward the heart of London. Below him, the streets were filling with Tyr's troops. They were marching in formation, ignoring the terrified police officers who were firing useless bullets at their gold armor. Harry saw a squad of soldiers cornering a group of tourists near a fountain. Not today. Harry yelled. He aimed the staff out the bus window. Confringo. He didn't hit the soldiers. He hit the water main under the street. The pavement exploded. A geyser of high-pressure water shot up, knocking the soldiers off their feet. Move! Harry screamed at the tourists. Run! He couldn't save everyone. He knew that. The Odin voice was cold, focus on the objective. The minister. The keys. The war. But the Loki voice was manic, run them over. Crash the bus. Make a scene. Making a scene sounds good, Harry muttered. He saw the visitor's entrance to the ministry ahead. The phone booth. Okay, Harry grimaced. This is going to hurt. He aimed the flying bus at the pavement right next to the booth. Brace for impact, he yelled to absolutely no one. The bus slammed into the ground. Metal shrieked. Glass shattered. The impact was strong enough to crack the pavement and trigger the magical sensors of the ministry entrance below. Harry was thrown through the windshield. He tucked and rolled, using a cushioning charm at the last second to avoid breaking every bone in his body. He landed in a heap of broken glass. He stood up, shaking off the dizziness. The red phone booth was crumpled. The way down was blocked. Knock knock, Harry growled. He pointed Gungnir at the ground. Reducto. He blasted a hole straight through the street, straight through the earth, down into the atrium. He jumped into the hole. Location, Ministry of Magic. The atrium falling into the Ministry of Magic is usually a regulated experience. You come out of a fireplace, brush off the soot, and get your wand weighed. Harry dropped through the ceiling like a meteor. He landed on the polished black floor of the atrium, cracking the golden fountain of magical brethren. The scene that greeted him was a nightmare. The atrium was full. But not with employees rushing to work. It was full of Tyr's elite guard. The Einherjar. Massive warriors in heavy plate, holding halberds. And in the center of the room, surrounded by them, was Rufus Scrimgeour. The minister looked small. He was standing near the golden gates of the lifts, holding a small, glowing crystal box. The ward keys. Facing him was a man. Or, something like a man. He was huge. 7 feet tall. He wore a fur cloak made from something that looked like a wolf, but the head of the wolf was still attached, resting on his shoulder. His skin was covered in glowing blue runes. His teeth were filed into points. Fenrir Greyback. But this wasn't the Greyback Harry knew. The werewolf looked enhanced. His muscles were bulging unnaturally, His eyes were pure yellow, no pupils. He radiated a smell of blood and wet dog that filled the massive hall. "Minister," Greyback growled, his voice sounding like gravel in a blender. "The keys. Now. Or I start eating the secretaries." He gestured to a group of terrified ministry workers huddled in the corner, guarded by 2 trolls. Scrimgeour was shaking. "You promised," he stammered. "The message said, if I surrendered the wards, the shelling would stop. London would be spared." Greyback threw his head back and laughed. It was a barking, howling sound. "War is deception, little wizard. Tyr promised nothing. I promised I wouldn't kill you slowly. That offer is expiring." Scrimgeour looked at the box in his hands. He looked at the terrified workers. He realized, finally, the magnitude of his mistake. "No," Scrimgeour whispered. "No. I won't do it." He raised his wand. Avada, Greyback moved. He was a blur. He didn't use magic. He lunged. He covered the 20 feet between them in a heartbeat. He swatted Scrimgeour's wand hand. The bone snapped with a wet crack. Scrimgeour screamed. Greyback grabbed the minister by the throat and lifted him into the air like a doll. "Disappointing," Greyback sneered. He reached for the box with his other hand. "Hey! Dog breath!" The shout echoed through the atrium. Greyback froze. The Einherjar turned. Harry Potter stood in the crater of his own impact, staff resting on his shoulder, looking absolutely furious. "Put him down," Harry said, calm voice. "Or I'm going to have you neutered." Greyback sniffed the air. He grinned, revealing rows of shark-like teeth. "Potter," Greyback rumbled. "The cub. I smell the wolf blood in you too. Loki's stench." "It's actually a cologne called Eau de Rebellion," Harry quipped, stepping forward. "Let him go, Fenrir. You're out of your league. You're playing with gods now." "I am a god." Greyback roared. He dropped Scrimgeour, who collapsed, gasping, and ripped off his cloak. The runes on his chest flared. He began to grow. His jaw elongated. His fingers turned into claws the size of steak knives. Fur burst from his skin. This wasn't a werewolf transformation. This was an avatar state. "Tyr gave me the blessing of the world wolf." Greyback howled. "I am the eater of suns." "You're a furry with a steroid problem," Harry snapped. He looked at Scrimgeour. "Rufus. Throw me the box." Scrimgeour looked at Harry. His eyes were dimming, pain radiating from his broken arm. But he saw the fire in Harry's eyes. He saw the staff. "Take it!" Scrimgeour yelled. He slid the crystal box across the floor. Greyback roared and lunged for the box. Harry lunged too. Achio! The box flew into Harry's hand. He caught it. "Get him!" Greyback screamed to the soldiers. 50 Einherjar charged. Harry didn't run. He didn't hide. He smashed the butt of Gungnir onto the floor. Gravity wave. He channeled the order magic. He altered the gravitational constant of the room. The floor ripples. The soldiers were thrown off their feet, pinned to the ground by a sudden increase in G-force. Their armor creaked under the weight. Harry sprinted toward Scrimgeour. He grabbed the minister by his robes and hauled him up. "Can you walk?" Harry shouted. "My arm." Scrimgeour groaned. "Harry. I was a fool." "Yeah, we can discuss your idiocy later," Harry said, dragging him toward the fireplaces. "Right now, we need to leave." "Leaving is not an option." Greyback roared. The werewolf beast had resisted the gravity spell. His runes were glowing blindingly bright. He charged on all fours, tearing up the black marble floor. He was fast. Too fast. Harry shoved Scrimgeour into a fireplace. Diagon Alley. He threw a handful of powder. Scrimgeour vanished in green flames. Harry turned just as Greyback arrived. The werewolf swiped. Harry brought the staff up to block. Clang. The force of the blow was like being hit by a train. Harry slid backward 30 feet, his boots carving grooves in the stone. His arms shook. Strong, Harry gritted out. I am the apex. Greyback howled, swinging again. Harry ducked. The claws took a chunk out of a stone pillar. Harry countered. He spun the staff, the blade slashing across Greyback's chest. It cut. Green blood sprayed. But the wound knitted itself back together in seconds. Regeneration, Harry noted. Fantastic. You can't kill me. Greyback laughed, lunging again. Harry rolled backward, popping up and firing a spell. Confringo. The blast hit Greyback in the face. It burned off some fur, but the monster just shook it off. Magic tickles, Greyback mocked. Harry's mind raced. Physical damage heals. Magic is absorbed. He's a tank. Use the environment, the Loki voice whispered. If you can't break the toy, put it in a box. Harry looked around. The fountain of magical brethren. The water. And above it, the massive golden statue of the wizard, witch, centaur, goblin, and house elf. It weighed tons. Hey, Fenrir! Harry yelled. Greyback paused, drool dripping from his jaws. What? Any last words? Yeah, Harry smirked. Fetch. Harry pointed the staff at the statue. Wingardium Leviosa. He lifted the massive golden monument. It hovered in the air, wobbling. Greyback looked up. You think a statue can stop me? No, Harry said. But transfiguration can. Harry channeled the chaos energy. The green light flowed from his hand into the statue. Duro! Harry shouted. Mold. The gold statue liquefied. It turned into a massive blob of molten, heavy metal. Harry dropped it. Greyback tried to jump, but Harry flicked his left hand. Impedimenta. The slowing hex hit Greyback for a fraction of a second. Just enough. The molten gold slammed down on top of the werewolf. Splat. It covered him. Encased him. Glacius. Harry screamed, hitting the gold with a freezing charm. The metal solidified instantly. Greyback was trapped. He was essentially encased in a block of solid gold carbonite. Harry could see the werewolf's face frozen in a scream, pressing against the metal surface. Harry panted, leaning on his staff. Good dog. Stay. The Einherjar were starting to stand up, fighting the gravity spell. Time to go, Harry muttered. He ran for the lifts. He needed to get to the roof. The fireplaces were compromised, and he couldn't apparate inside the ministry. He needed open air to use the Bifrost or fly. He smashed the button. The grates opened. He dove in. Level 1, Harry commanded. Minister's office. The lift rattled upward. Harry slumped against the wall. He looked at the crystal box in his hand. The ward keys. I got them, he whispered. We still have a chance. The lift dinged. The doors opened. And standing there, waiting for him, was a man. He wasn't a soldier. He wasn't a monster. He looked like a Viking king out of a history book. He wore armor that shone like the sun. He had a beard braided with gold rings. And he was missing his right hand. Tyr. The god of war. Harry froze. The aura coming off this guy was suffocating. It felt like standing next to a nuclear reactor. The air tasted like copper and blood. Tyr smiled. It wasn't a nice smile. "Hello, nephew," Tyr said. His voice was deep, resonant, and utterly terrifying. "You have something of mine." Harry gripped the staff. He gripped the box. "I don't see your name on it," Harry said, his voice shaking slightly. Tyr stepped into the lift. The metal groaned under his weight. "You have spirit," Tyr admitted. Odin saw that. "But spirit is not strength. And you, boy, you are exhausted." Tyr was right. Harry was running on fumes. His magic core felt scraped hollow. "I can do this all day," Harry lied. "Lies," Tyr chuckled. "Loki's blood. Always lying." Tyr moved. Harry didn't even see it. One moment Tyr was standing there. The next, his left hand, his only hand, was wrapped around Harry's throat. Harry was slammed into the back wall of the lift. His head cracked against the brass railing. Stars exploded in his vision. "The staff," Tyr whispered, leaning close. "Give it to me." Harry choked, clawing at Tyr's hand. It felt like stone. "Go to hell," Harry rasped. Harry tried to use the staff. He tried to blast Tyr at point-blank range. Tyr just backhanded the staff. He didn't use a weapon. He just swatted it. The force was incredible. Harry's wrist snapped. He screamed, dropping Gungnir. The staff clattered to the floor. "A weapon for a king," Tyr sneered, looking down at it. "Not a child." Tyr tightened his grip on Harry's throat. Black spots danced in Harry's eyes. "And the box," Tyr said. He reached for the crystal box in Harry's other hand. "No." Harry screamed mentally. He couldn't win. He knew that. He couldn't beat the god of war in a fistfight in an elevator. But he could deny him the prize. Harry looked at the staff on the floor. He looked at the box. "If I can't have it, nobody can." Harry focused his remaining magic. Not into a spell. Into the box itself. Reducto. Harry wheezed. He didn't cast it with a wand. He cast it with his hand, directly touching the crystal. Tyr's eyes widened. "Don't." Crack. The crystal box exploded. The magical feedback was catastrophic. The ward keys were pure energy. Destroying them released a shockwave of wild magic. The lift exploded. The doors blew off. The walls blew out. Harry and Tyr were both blasted out of the lift shaft. They flew through the air, crashing through the wall of the ministry building. Harry tumbled into the open air of London. He was falling. The wind whipped past him. He crashed onto a rooftop, a Muggle office building. He rolled, tumbling over vents and pipes, finally coming to a stop against an AC unit. He gasped for air, coughing up blood. His wrist was broken. His ribs felt like shattered glass. He looked up. Tyr landed on the roof a few seconds later. He landed on his feet, creating a spiderweb of cracks in the concrete. Tyr looked pissed. His armor was scorched. His beard was singed. "You destroyed the keys," Tyr roared. He walked toward Harry, drawing a sword from his hip. A massive, glowing broadsword. "You petulant, foolish child. Now I have to break the wards manually. You have only bought them hours." Harry tried to stand. He couldn't. His legs wouldn't work. "Hours is enough." Harry spat blood onto the roof. Tyr stopped 5 feet away. He looked at Harry with disgust. "Is it?" Tyr raised the sword. "Look around you, Harry Potter. Look at your city." Harry looked. London was burning. The shard was snapped in half, the top leaning precariously. Smoke billowed from Parliament. The London Eye had collapsed into the Thames. Skiffs were swarming everywhere, hunting down wizards and muggles alike. "You have failed," Tyr said. "You have no army. You have no weapon. You have no hope." Tyr picked up Gungnir, which had fallen onto the roof nearby. He held the staff. The staff that Harry had bonded with. The staff glowed red in Tyr's hand. It accepted him. Harry felt a pang of betrayal in his chest deeper than any wound. "It's just a tool," the Odin voice whispered sadly. "It serves the strongest." "This," Tyr said, looking at the staff. "This is a king's weapon. You polluted it with your mongrel magic." Tyr gripped the staff with his hand and pinned it under his boot. He pulled. The metal groaned. The magical wood screamed. Snap. Tyr broke Gungnir in half. Harry gasped, feeling the snap in his own soul. The connection was severed. The warmth was gone. Tyr threw the broken pieces at Harry's feet. "You are nothing," Tyr said. He raised his broadsword. "Goodbye, Harry Potter." Harry looked at the sword. He looked at the burning city. He wasn't afraid. He was just tired. "Is this it?" he thought. "After everything?" Suddenly, a sound cut through the roar of the fire. A screech. A mechanical, tearing sound. "Incoming," a female voice screamed. A blur of silver slammed into Tyr. It was a chariot. A flying chariot pulled by two massive, armored thestrals. And driving it was Lady Sif. The chariot hit Tyr at full speed. The impact was deafening. Tyr was knocked off his feet, flying backward across the roof. "Get in!" Sif screamed, reining in the thestrals as the chariot drifted sideways, sparks flying from the skids. Harry stared at her. "Sif. How? I told you I hated him." Sif yelled, leaning over and grabbing Harry by the back of his jacket. She hauled him into the chariot with one hand. "I don't follow orders. I follow instinct. And my instinct said you were getting your ass kicked." Tyr was standing up. He looked furious. He roared, a sound that shook the building. "Go!" Harry yelled. Sif snapped the reins. The thestral shrieked and dove off the roof. The chariot plummeted toward the street, leveling out at the last second. They sped down the avenue, weaving between burning cars and fleeing civilians. He broke the staff. Harry yelled over the wind, clutching his broken wrist. "Sif!" He broke Gungnir. Sif glanced back, her face grim. "It was just a stick, Harry. You are the power. Not the stick." "It felt like more than a stick," Harry groaned, slumping against the side of the chariot. "We have to get out of the city," Sif shouted. "The airspace is swarming. I can't get us back to Hogwarts. The Bifrost is jammed." "Where do we go?" Harry asked. "Down." Sif banked hard, turning toward the river. "The Thames. Water covers our thermal signature." They flew over the water. The Thames was churning, black and oily. Suddenly, the water exploded ahead of them. A massive serpent, one of Voldemort's dark magic constructs, rose from the depths. It was huge, made of shadow and river muck. It lunged. Hard left. Harry screamed. Sif yanked the reins. The chariot swerved. The serpent missed the chariot but its tail clipped the right thestral. The beast screamed as the dark magic burned it. It faltered. The chariot spun out of control. "We're going down!" Sif yelled. They hit the water. It wasn't a soft landing. It was like hitting concrete. The chariot disintegrated. Harry was thrown into the freezing, dark water of the Thames. The current grabbed him. It was strong, unnatural. He tried to swim, but his broken wrist flared with agony. His heavy clothes pulled him down. He saw Sif above him, struggling with her armor, fighting to surface. But Harry was sinking. Down. Down into the dark. His vision faded. The sounds of the war above, the explosions, the screams, became muffled. So this is it, Harry thought, watching the red light of the surface grow distant. Drowned in a river. It was peaceful, in a way. Then, he heard a voice. Not the Odin voice. Not the Loki voice he was used to. This voice was slick. It was amused. It echoed in the water around him. Pathetic. Harry blinked. In the murky darkness of the river, a figure appeared. It wasn't physical. It was made of green light and shadow. A man with slick-back black hair, wearing a suit that looked like it cost more than Hogwarts, and a grin that was all teeth. Loki. The real Loki. Or at least, a shard of him. You try to be a king, the spirit of Loki whispered, floating around Harry like a shark. You try to be noble. You break the toys to save the ants. The spirit leaned in close to Harry's drowning face. And look where it got you. Broken. Wet. Defeated. Harry couldn't breathe. His lungs were burning. You want to win, kid? Loki asked. You want to beat the war god? Harry's mind screamed. Yes. Loki grinned. Then stop trying to be a hero. Heroes die. The spirit placed a hand on Harry's chest. It burned cold. Be a monster. Be me. Green light exploded in the water. Harry's eyes flew open. They weren't just glowing now. They were burning with a fire that boiled the river around him. He didn't swim up. He launched himself. Chapter 6 End. Chapter 7, The Trickster's Gamble. Drowning is boring. That was the first coherent thought Harry had as the Thames filled his lungs. It wasn't cinematic. It wasn't flashy. It was just cold, dark, and wet. The current dragged him down, tumbling him over old shopping carts and river slime, pulling him away from the burning city above. His wrist throbbed with a dull, distant ache, and his chest felt like it was being crushed by a giant fist. But then, the water changed. It didn't stop being water, but the quality of it shifted. The murky brown of the London River faded into a sharp, vibrant, toxic green. The silence of the deep was replaced by a low, humming vibration that sounded like a cello being played in a cavern. Harry wasn't drowning anymore. He was falling. Falling through a liquid sky. He hit the bottom and landed on his feet. He wasn't in the Thames. He was in a room. A very nice room. It looked like a penthouse suite designed by someone with infinite money and zero moral compass. The walls were made of green glass, looking out onto a swirling void of nebulas and stars. The floor was polished obsidian. There was a leather armchair, a floating fireplace, and a bar stocked with bottles that glowed in impossible colors. And sitting in the armchair, swirling a glass of amber liquid, was a man. He looked sharp. Black suit, tailored to perfection. Slicked back black hair. A face that was handsome but had a quality to it that made you want to check your pockets to make sure your wallet was still there. Loki. Not the voice in Harry's head. The actual guy. Or at least, the echo of him that lived in the blood. You look terrible, Loki said, taking a sip of his drink. Did you try to headbutt a train? Harry looked down at himself. He was soaking wet, shivering, and bleeding. He looked back at Loki. I fought Tyr. He broke the staff. He broke Gungnir. Loki rolled his eyes. Oh, the stick. You're upset about the stick. That flashy gold toothpick was overcompensating, Harry. Odin always loved his props. It was the symbol of the king. Harry shouted, his voice echoing in the glass room. It was my power. Without it, I'm just a wizard with a broken wrist. Loki stood up. He didn't walk, he glided. He moved around Harry, inspecting him like a tailor inspecting a cheap suit. That is exactly why you lost, Loki said, stopping in front of Harry. He leaned in. You tried to be Odin. You tried to be the All-Father. Stoic. Strong. Direct. You tried to beat the god of war at war. Loki poked Harry in the chest. You can't out-punch Tyr, kid. He's been punching things since before the continents formed. He eats punch for breakfast. You tried to play his game by his rules. So what was I supposed to do? Harry demanded. Run away. Yes. Loki laughed, throwing his hands up. Or cheat. Or lie. Or stab him in the eye with a fork while he was monologuing. You're my grandson, Harry. You have the chaos in you. But you keep shoving it down, wrapping it in Gryffindor honor and Odin's duty. Loki snapped his fingers. The room shifted. The walls fell away, revealing a battlefield. Harry saw himself fighting Tyr on the roof. He saw himself trying to block the sword. Trying to blast Tyr with raw power. Predictable, Loki sneered. Boring. Orderly. The scene changed. Now it showed something else. It showed Harry turning Sif's sword into flamingos. It showed him dropping the ceiling on the soldiers. That, Loki pointed. That is you. That is chaos. Chaos isn't weak, Harry. Chaos is the only thing that scares order. Because order requires rules. Chaos breaks them. Harry watched the memory. He saw the look on Sif's face when the sword turned to plastic. He saw the confusion. You want to save your friends? Loki asked, his voice dropping to a whisper. You want to stop the big bad wolf and the scary general? Yes, Harry said. Then stop trying to be the king on the throne, Loki said. The king is a target. The king is static. Loki grabbed Harry's shoulders. His grip was cold, like ice. Be the glitch in the system. Be the virus. Be the thing that makes Tyr check under his bed at night. Loki smiled. It was a terrifying smile. All teeth and malice. Tyr broke the staff because he feared the symbol. Show him he should have feared the boy. Loki shoved Harry backward. Now. Wake up. Location, HMS Ragnarok, detention block 4. Waking up was a violent affair. Harry gasped, sucking in air that smelled of ozone, sweat, and recycled magic. He wasn't in the river. He wasn't in the penthouse. He was hanging. His wrists were shackled above his head, suspended from a dark metal ceiling. His feet barely touched the floor. The shackles weren't just metal, they were carved with suppression runes, glowing red symbols that felt like leeches sucking the magic right out of his veins. He blinked, trying to focus. He was in a cell. But it wasn't a dungeon. It was high-tech. The walls were smooth, gray metal, pulsing with faint lines of energy. The door was a force field of shimmering orange light. And he wasn't alone. To his left, chained to the wall, was a creature that looked like a gargoyle had a baby with a tank. Gray skin, 4 arms, and a face that was mostly jaw. A troll. To his right, a humanoid figure sat slumped in chains. Pointed ears. Pale skin. Wearing tattered leather armor. A dark elf. He wakes, the dark elf rasped. His voice sounded like dry leaves. The king returns to the land of the living. Harry tested the chains. They held fast. The runes flared, sending a jolt of pain down his arms. Where are we? Harry croaked. His throat felt like he'd swallowed sandpaper. The Ragnarok, the elf said, not looking up. Tyr's flagship. Specifically, the brig. Where he keeps the trophies before he mounts them on the wall. Harry looked around. Through the orange force field, he could see a corridor. Guards in gold armor were patrolling. Great, Harry muttered. I love being a trophy. The force field dissolved. 2 guards stepped in. Behind them walked an officer. He wasn't wearing a helmet. He had a scar running down his face, and his eyes were cold, pale blue. Commander Skoll, the elf whispered, shrinking back against the wall. Skoll looked at Harry. He smiled. It was the smile of a man who enjoyed pulling wings off flies. Harry Potter, Skoll said smoothly. The Midgardian nuisance. The general sends his regards. Skoll walked up to Harry. He punched him in the stomach. It wasn't a magic punch. It was just a fist reinforced by a gauntlet. It knocked the wind out of Harry completely. Harry gasped, doubling over as much as the chains allowed. That, Skoll said, wiping his gauntlet, was for the bees in the courtyard. My brother is still picking stingers out of his armor. Harry coughed, spitting a glob of blood onto Skoll's pristine boot. Tell him, he's welcome, Harry wheezed. Skoll frowned. He looked at the blood on his boot. He kicked Harry in the shin. Hard. Bone bruised. You have spirit. I'll give you that, Skoll sneered. But spirit breaks. Tyr has the throne. He has the city. And soon, he will have your little school. Harry's head snapped up. What? We are currently in transit, Skoll checked a device on his wrist. Estimated arrival at Hogwarts airspace in 20 minutes. We are going to glass the castle. Burn it to the foundation. And you are going to watch from the bridge before we throw you out the airlock. Harry felt a spike of pure adrenaline. 20 minutes. You can't breach the wards, Harry bluffed. Neville is holding the line. The wards rely on the earth currents, Skoll laughed. We have the casket of ancient winters. We are freezing the ley lines. Your friend's garden is dying, Potter. And your friends will follow. Skoll leaned in close. You are not a king. You are a biological error. A half-breed mistake. And now, you are disarmed. He tapped the suppression cuffs. These cuffs dampen active spellcasting. No wand. No words. No hope. Skoll turned to leave. Enjoy the view, Potter. It's the last one you'll see. The force field hummed back to life. Skoll and the guards laughed as they walked away down the corridor. Harry hung there. The pain in his stomach was sharp. The pain in his wrist was worse. The dark elf chuckled darkly. He is right, you know. The cuffs block the flows. You cannot channel order magic through them. You cannot shape the world. Harry closed his eyes. He thought about the glass room. He thought about Loki. Order requires rules, Loki had said. Chaos breaks them. The cuffs blocked order. They blocked structured spellcasting. The Latin. The wand movements. The disciplined channeling of energy. But chaos? Chaos wasn't structured. Chaos was raw. It was the static between the stations. Harry looked at the cuffs. Hey, Harry whispered to the dark elf. What's your name? The elf looked surprised. Malek. Okay, Malek. Do you want to die here? I have no choice, Malek sighed. These chains are you forged. Unbreakable. Unbreakable, Harry repeated. That's a rule. I hate rules. Harry focused. Not on his magical core, that felt clamped down by the cuffs. He focused on the space between the atoms of the metal. He focused on the absurdity of the situation. He didn't try to unlock the cuffs. He tried to convince the cuffs that they weren't cuffs. You aren't metal, Harry thought, projecting his will into the iron. You're soap. You're slippery. You're wet soap. It sounded stupid. It felt stupid. But then, he felt it. The itch. The green spark. The Loki blood didn't fight the suppression rune. It slipped around it. Harry began to laugh. A low, giggling sound that made the troll look at him nervously. What is funny? Malek asked. Soap, Harry said. He yanked his hands down. The metal didn't break. It didn't unlock. It squished. For a split second, the URU metal lost its molecular cohesion. It turned into a gray, viscous sludge. Harry's hands slipped right through the loops. Then, the metal hardened again instantly, leaving the cuffs dangling empty from the ceiling. Harry dropped to the floor. He rubbed his wrists. They were raw, but free. Malek stared. His mouth hung open. How, that is impossible. Runes of binding are absolute. I told you, Harry grinned, and his eyes flashed a brilliant, toxic green. I'm done with absolutes. Harry walked over to the force field. It hummed with lethal energy. If he touched it, it would fry him. So, Harry looked at the control panel on the other side of the corridor. How do we open this? We can't, Malek said, standing up and rattling his chains. The controls are outside. Harry looked at the troll. Hey, big guy. Can you throw something? The troll grunted. Throw what? Chains. Spit, Harry said. Can you spit? The troll looked confused, but nodded. Okay, Harry pointed through the force field at the panel on the far wall. Spit on that panel. The field will vaporize it, Malek argued. Not if I make a hole, Harry said. He stepped up to the orange energy field. He could feel the heat. Okay, Grandpa Loki. Let's get weird. Harry raised his hands. He didn't cast a shield. He didn't try to overpower the field. He visualized a donut. A hole. A gap in the logic of the energy wall. Open, Harry whispered. He pulled his hands apart. The energy field didn't disappear. But right in the center, a circle of energy simply bent outward, creating a clear tunnel about the size of a dinner plate. It defied physics. The energy should have collapsed, but it just curved around the empty space. Now! Harry yelled. The troll hawked a loogie the size of a cricket ball. It flew through the hole Harry made. Splat! It hit the control panel across the hall. The slime oozed into the circuitry. Sparks flew. The panel shorted out. The force fields on all the cells in the block flickered and died. Yes! Harry cheered. He turned to Malek and the troll. He walked over to their chains. He touched them. Squish! The metal turned to sludge. The prisoners pulled free. Down the hall, other prisoners were stepping out of their cells. There were dozens of them. Rebels. Monsters. Creatures Harry didn't even recognize. Who are you? A massive lizard man hissed, stepping into the corridor. Harry stood in the center of the hallway. He looked at the ragtag group of criminals and freedom fighters. I'm the guy who's going to crash this ship, Harry announced. Who wants to help? A roar of approval shook the deck plates. To the armory. Malek shouted. No, Harry corrected. To the engine room. We don't need guns. We need gravity. Location, HMS Ragnarok, Corridor Sector 7. The riot started instantly. It wasn't a tactical insertion. It was a brawl. Harry led the charge. He didn't have a weapon, but he didn't need one. He had an army of angry prisoners and a complete disregard for the laws of physics. They rounded a corner and ran smack into a squad of Einherjar. "Prisoners loose," the lead guard shouted, raising his rifle spear. "Get M!" Harry yelled. The troll charged. He tanked the laser blasts with his thick hide and plowed into the guards like a bowling ball. Harry slid across the floor. A guard aimed at him. Harry pointed a finger. Whoops. He cast a tripping jinx, but powered by chaos. The floor didn't just become slippery, it temporarily turned into ice. The guard slipped, flailing comically, and fired his weapon into the ceiling. The blast brought down a heavy light fixture, which crashed onto his head. Harry grabbed the fallen guard's spear. It was heavy, gold, and hummed with power. "Nice," Harry muttered. He spun it. Another guard charged him. Harry parried the thrust, spun the spear, and slammed the butt end into the guard's helmet. "Move! Move! Move!" Harry directed the flow of the riot. They fought their way through the decks. It was brutal. The ship's alarms were blaring, a deafening, rhythmic horn sound. Red lights flashed. Harry was a whirlwind. He wasn't fighting like a duelist anymore. He was fighting like a bar brawler. He threw debris. He used Accio to yank guards into the fists of the troll. He transfigured a guard's cape into a straitjacket, binding him instantly. He felt light. The heavy burden of being the savior was gone. He was just causing trouble. And he was really, really good at it. "Left!" Malek shouted. "The engine core is down that shaft." They reached a massive vertical maintenance shaft. It dropped down hundreds of feet into the bowels of the ship. "No ladder," the troll grunted. "We don't need ladders," Harry said. He looked at the group. "Everyone, grab onto something." Harry pointed the spear at the air in the shaft. "Arresto momentum." He cast it on the air itself. The air in the shaft became thick, viscous, like invisible gelatin. "Jump!" Harry ordered. He jumped. He didn't fall. He sank. Slowly. Drifting down through the thick air as if he were underwater. The prisoners followed, laughing and shouting as they floated down past confused engineers on the catwalks. Harry landed on the bottom deck. He cancelled the spell. The air snapped back to normal. "Engine room," Harry pointed to a massive blast door. "Open it." The troll and the lizard man grabbed the door. They pulled. Metal screamed. Veins popped. Slowly, the door gave way. Location, HMS Ragnarok, main engineering. The engine room was spectacular. It was a cavernous space dominated by the core. The core was a spinning sphere of pure white energy, suspended in a magnetic field. It hummed with enough power to light a continent. Pipes and conduits fed into it, pulsing with blue magic. Technicians in white robes were running around in panic. "Intruders," a tech screamed, hitting a panic button. "Hi," Harry said, walking in. "I'm looking for the off switch. Or the explode switch. Whichever is closer." Commander Skoll stepped out from the upper gantry. He had a squad of elite guards with him. He looked furious. "You!" Skoll roared. "How did you escape?" "Soap," Harry said. "Long story." "Kill them all." Skoll ordered. "Protect the core." The guards opened fire. Energy bolts rained down. "Cover!" Malek yelled, diving behind a console. Harry didn't dive. He looked at the core. That spinning ball of energy. It was the heart of the ship. If he broke it, the ship fell. But it was shielded. A massive, transparent wall of hardened magic protected it. Harry needed something heavy. Something dense enough to disrupt the reaction. He looked around. He saw a wrench on a workbench. A small, rusty wrench. Perfect, Harry grinned. He grabbed the wrench. Cover me. Harry yelled to the prisoners. Are you crazy? Malek shouted, firing a stolen rifle at the guards. You can't fight them alone. Just keep their heads down. Harry sprinted. He ran straight toward the core, dodging laser fire. A bolt grazed his shoulder, burning his jacket, but he didn't stop. He reached the shield wall. He couldn't pass through it. But he could throw something through it if he tricked the shield. The shield was designed to stop high-velocity impacts and energy. It wasn't designed to stop a toss. Harry gently tossed the wrench. It passed through the shield slowly. The sensors didn't register it as a threat. It was just a small piece of metal. It floated toward the spinning energy core. Skull! Harry shouted, turning to face the commander on the walkway. Skull looked down. What have you done? Harry pointed at the wrench floating inches from the core. Engorgo, Harry whispered. But he didn't just make it big. He poured the chaos into it. He visualized density. Mass. He visualized a mountain. The wrench didn't just grow. It exploded in size. In a millisecond, the small rusty tool transformed into a 10-ton block of solid iron. Inside the spinning core. Crunch. The sound was sickening. The delicate magnetic balance of the engine was shattered. The massive block of iron slammed into the energy sphere. The sphere wobbled. It turned from white to angry, unstable red. Sparks the size of lightning bolts erupted from the machine. The shield wall shattered. Evacuate, a technician screamed. Core breach imminent. Critical failure. The ship lurched. Gravity failed. Harry was thrown upward. The floor became the ceiling. Hold on. Harry yelled, grabbing a railing. The Ragnarok began to scream. The metal hull groaned as the anti-gravity drives died. They were falling. We need to go. Malek floated past Harry, grabbing onto a pipe. The ship is going down. Where are the escape pods? Harry shouted. Deck 5. But we'll never make it. We don't need pods. Harry looked at the massive hole the exploding engine had just punched in the hull. He could see the outside. Clouds rushing past. Green hills below. They were over Scotland. We jump. Harry yelled. You are insane. Skull screamed from the walkway, clinging to a support beam as the ship spiraled. Yeah. Harry laughed. I am. He looked at the prisoners. If you want to live, grab onto me. Chain reaction. Malek grabbed Harry's arm. The troll grabbed Malek's leg. The lizard man grabbed the troll. A chain of terrified fugitives formed. Harry looked at the hole in the hull. Please work, please work, please work, Harry chanted. He kicked off the railing. They flew out of the hole. Location, the skies above Scotland freefall. Again. Harry was plummeting toward the Scottish Highlands at terminal velocity, attached to a chain of 20 screaming aliens. Above them, the massive shape of the Ragnarok was burning, trailing smoke as it nosedived toward the mountains. Do something, wizard. Malek screamed, the wind tearing at his face. Harry held the stolen spear in his free hand. Arresto, no, that won't hold all of us. Harry realized. The weight was too much. He needed a parachute. But a parachute big enough for a troll? Impossible. He needed to change the landing. He looked down. A lake. A small, dark loch nestled in the hills. Aim for the water. Harry yelled. He pointed the spear. He didn't try to slow them down. He tried to move them sideways. Ventus. A blast of wind hit them from the side, pushing the human-alien chain horizontally. They drifted away from the rocky peaks, moving toward the water. But they were still coming in too hot. Hitting water at this speed was like hitting concrete. Harry saw the surface rushing up. Glacious. Harry screamed. He didn't freeze the lake. He froze the air underneath them. He created a ramp. A slide of solid ice forming in mid-air, curving upward from the lake surface. They hit the ice slide. Screech. It wasn't a soft landing. They tumbled, slid, and bounced down the makeshift ramp at 100 miles an hour. Friction burned Harry's legs. They hit the bottom of the ramp and launched into the lake. Splash. Cold water. Again. Harry was really starting to hate water. He surfaced, gasping. Around him, heads bobbed up. The troll roared, splashing. Malek coughed up water. They were alive. Harry paddled to the shore, dragging himself onto the pebbled beach. He collapsed on the wet stones, staring up at the sky. Boom. The Ragnarok hit the mountain range a few miles away. The explosion was nuclear. A mushroom cloud of fire and debris rose into the gray sky. The ground shook so hard the pebbles on the beach jumped. Harry watched the ship burn. He started to laugh. It started as a chuckle, then turned into a full-blown, hysterical cackle. He lay on his back, spreading his arms, laughing at the sheer madness of it all. He had been captured, tortured, and sentenced to death. And he had just dropped a spaceship on a mountain with a wrench. "You are broken," Malek said, limping out of the water and staring at Harry. "Your mind is cracked." Harry sat up, wiping wet hair from his face. His eyes were bright green. "Maybe," Harry grinned. "But I'm winning." Suddenly, a sound cut through the air. Hoofbeats. Or, wing beats. Harry looked up. A winged horse, a Pegasus, not a Thestral, descended from the clouds. It was white, armored in silver. And riding it was a woman. Sif. She looked frantic. Her armor was dented, her hair wild. She scanned the beach. She saw Harry. She landed the Pegasus hard, sliding on the stones. She vaulted off before the beast had even stopped. "Harry." She sprinted toward him. Harry stood up, swaying slightly. "Hey, Sif. I crashed the boat. Did you see?" Sif didn't answer. She slammed into him. It wasn't a hug. It was a collision. She grabbed his face, checking him for injuries, her eyes wide with panic and relief. "I saw the explosion," she breathed. "I thought you were on it." "I thought. I got off at the last stop," Harry joked. Sif stared at him. She looked at his eyes, the chaotic green fire. She looked at the wreckage in the distance. She looked at the army of monsters standing behind him, waiting for his orders. She didn't see the boy she had trained in the courtyard. She saw something dangerous. Something powerful. "You crazy bastard," she whispered. She kissed him. It wasn't a gentle, movie star kiss. It was rough. It was desperate. It tasted like adrenaline, lake water, and blood. Her hands gripped his hair, his hands found the waist of her armor. It lasted for a long moment, ignoring the troll who was awkwardly looking away. Sif pulled back, breathless. Her forehead rested against his. "Don't you ever die on me, Potter," she growled. "Or I will go to Helheim and drag you back myself." Harry grinned. "Deal." He looked past her, toward the smoking ruin of the ship. "Did Tyr make it?" Harry asked. Sif turned to look. "He's a god. A crash won't kill him. But it will hurt. And it will slow him down." Harry nodded. He picked up the stolen gold spear. "Good," Harry said. Because we aren't done. He turned to the prisoners. The troll, Malek, the lizard man, and the others. About 30 of them. Listen up. Harry shouted. You're free. You can run. You can hide. He pointed the spear toward the south. Toward Hogwarts. Or, Harry said, his voice hardening. You can come with me. Tyr locked you up. He treated you like trash. I'm offering you a chance to return the favor. The troll cracked his knuckles. I like breaking things. Malek picked up a rock, testing its weight. Tyr burned my home. I will burn his army. Harry smiled. Sif, Harry said. How many Valkyries can fit on a Pegasus? 1, Sif said. Why? We need a ride, Harry said. We have 20 minutes before the rest of the fleet realizes their boss just crashed. We need to get to the school. The school is under siege, Sif said grimly. The fleet didn't stop, Harry. The Ragnarok went down, but the destroyers are still there. They're hammering the shields. Harry's face went cold. The laughter vanished. Then we move, Harry said. He looked at the wreckage one last time. The trickster side of him was satisfied. He had caused chaos. He had flipped the board. But now, the king's side was waking up again. Because his home was burning. Let's go, Harry commanded. Class is in session. Chapter 7 End. Chapter 8, Ride of the Valkyries. The problem with crashing a spaceship into a mountain range is the noise. It doesn't just ring in your ears, it rattles your teeth, vibrates your bones, and leaves a permanent hum in your skull that sounds like a refrigerator dying a slow, painful death. Harry sat on a wet rock by the edge of the loch, wringing out his shirt. The water was freezing, because, Scotland plus magical ice age, but he was sweating. It was that cold, clammy sweat that comes after you cheat death for the 5th time before breakfast. Around him, the army of rejects, as Malek the Dark Elf had affectionately dubbed them, were regrouping. The troll was skipping stones across the water. Except the stones were boulders, and they were skipping about half a mile. Malek was sharpening a piece of scrap metal he'd salvaged from the crash. The lizard man was eating a fish raw. Sif was pacing. She looked like a caged tiger in dented armor. Her Pegasus, a magnificent white beast named Cloud Kicker, Harry hoped that wasn't the real name, but he was afraid to ask, was grazing on some frozen heather nearby. We are wasting time, Sif snapped, turning on her heel. Every second we sit here drying our socks, Tyr's destroyers are hammering the school's shields. Neville is good, Harry, but he's not a god. The roots will hold, but the glass will break. Harry pulled his wet shirt back on. It stuck to his skin uncomfortably. I know. But we have a logistics problem, Sif. Look at us. He gestured to his ragtag group. We have 30 guys. 1 horse. And 100 miles of rugged terrain between us and the castle. Unless the troll can fly by flapping his arms really hard, we aren't getting there in time. We walk, Malek suggested, looking up from his shiv. We march. Dark elves can run for days without rest. Hogwarts doesn't have days, Harry said, standing up. He picked up the golden spear he'd stolen from the Ragnarok. It wasn't Gungnir. It didn't hum with the song of the king. It felt dead in his hands, just a sharp piece of metal. But it was better than a stick. Hogwarts has minutes. Sif stopped pacing. She looked at the misty peaks of the Grampian Mountains towering above them. The clouds clinging to the summits were dark, unnatural. There is another option, Sif said slowly. She didn't look happy about it. In fact, she looked like she'd rather swallow a box of nails. I love options, Harry said. Especially ones that make you look like you ate a lemon. Spit it out. The Valkyrier, Sif pointed a gauntlet finger toward the highest peak, obscured by storm clouds. The choosers of the slain. Their eyrie is near here. They retreated from Asgard when Tyr took the throne. They claimed neutrality. Neutrality, Harry scoffed. Dante said the hottest places in hell are reserved for those who maintain neutrality in times of moral crisis. Or maybe that was Hermione. I get them mixed up. They are stubborn, Sif warned. Brunhilde leads them. She believes the throne has been corrupted. She won't fight for Tyr, but she won't fight for a mongrel either. That's you, by the way. I figured, Harry said. He looked at the peak. Do they have rides? They have a fleet, Sif nodded. Winged horses. Chariots. If we can convince them. Convince? Harry shook his head. The Loki voice in his head chuckled. Don't beg, little king. Take. No. We aren't negotiating. We're drafting them. Harry turned to the troll. Hey, Tiny. You want to punch something that flies? The troll grinned, revealing mossy teeth. Always. Good, Harry spun the spear. Everyone up. We're going mountain climbing. Location, the area of the Valkyries, high peak. The climb was brutal. It involved vertical rock faces, biting winds, and a lot of creative use of levitation charms to get the lizard man over ravines. By the time they reached the plateau, Harry's lungs were burning, and his hands were raw. The eyrie wasn't a castle. It was a massive, open-air amphitheater carved directly into the granite of the mountain. Stone pillars lined the perimeter, and in the center burned a massive bonfire of blue magical flame that defied the wind. Parked, or stabled, around the edges were dozens of winged horses. Magnificent creatures with coats of steel gray and armor of silver. And sitting around the fire, drinking from horns that looked like they held pure gasoline, were the Valkyries. There were about 50 of them. They weren't the delicate, opera-singing ladies Harry had seen in cartoons. They were bikers. They were heavy metal album covers come to life. They wore leather, fur, and silver plate. They had scars, tattoos, and muscles that made the Gryffindor Quidditch team look like toddlers. When Harry's group stepped onto the plateau, the talking stopped. 50 heads turned. 50 hands went to sword hilts. A woman stood up from the head of the fire. She was terrifying. 6 foot something, blonde hair shaved on the sides and braided down the back, with a face that looked like it had been carved from marble and bad attitude. Brunhilde. She took a slow sip from her horn, wiping her mouth with the back of her hand. She stared at Harry, then at Sif. Sif, Brunhilde's voice was like gravel rolling down a hill. You look like trash. Who is the stray? Sif stepped forward, hand on her sword. Watch your tongue, Brunhilde. This is Harry Potter. The All-Heir. The grandson of Loki and the chosen of Odin. Brunhilde looked at Harry. She looked at his torn jeans, his messy hair, his stolen spear. She laughed. It wasn't a polite laugh. It was a roar. The other Valkyries joined in, a chorus of mockery that echoed off the mountain walls. This? Brunhilde pointed a calloused finger at Harry. This twig is the reason Asgard burns. This is what we're supposed to bow to. I've seen goblins with more presence. Harry felt the heat rise in his neck. Not embarrassment. Anger. The cold, calculating anger of the trickster mixed with the righteous fury of the king. He stepped past Sif. Are you done? Harry asked. His voice wasn't loud, but it cut through the laughter. Brunhilde stopped laughing. She tilted her head. You speak, little wizard. I thought you were just Sif's pet. I'm here for your horses, Harry said bluntly. My army needs a lift. We have a war to win, and you're sitting here getting drunk while the world ends. The mood on the plateau shifted instantly. The mockery vanished, replaced by a deadly tension. Swords were drawn. Brunhilde stepped over the fire. She walked toward Harry until she was looming over him. "You demand," she hissed. "You think because you carry a stolen spear and hold a title you didn't earn, you can command the Valkyrie?" "I earned it when I survived the destroyer," Harry said, holding his ground. "I earned it when I crashed Tyr's flagship an hour ago. Look at the smoke, Brunhilde. That's my work." She glanced at the distant plume of smoke, then back at him. There was a flicker of surprise, but she buried it under scorn. "Chaos tactics," she spat. "Loki's tricks. A king does not use tricks. A king fights with honor." "Honor is for the dead," Harry retorted. "I prefer winning." Brunhilde drew her sword. It was a beautiful, terrifying blade made of dragon fang. "Then prove it," she challenged. "The right of challenge. You want our loyalty? You want our steeds? Beat me." Sif grabbed Harry's arm. "Harry, don't. She's the best duelist in the 9 realms. She's killed frost giants with a spoon. You're exhausted." "I don't have a choice, Sif," Harry pulled away. He looked at Brunhilde. "One-on-one. No interference. Just you, me, and the steel," Brunhilde grinned. "First to yield or die." "Fine," Harry spun the spear. "Let's dance." The Valkyries formed a circle. They banged their swords against their shields, creating a rhythmic, deafening beat. Clang. 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 Harry stood in the center, facing Brunhilde. He felt small. He felt tired. "She's faster than you," the Odin voice analyzed. "Stronger. Better reach. So don't be there when she swings," the Loki voice whispered. "Cheat. Begin," a Valkyrie shouted. Brunhilde launched. She was a blur. She closed the distance in a heartbeat, swinging her sword in a decapitating arc. Harry ducked. He felt the wind of the blade ruffle his hair. He thrust the spear at her midsection. She parried it effortlessly with her gauntlet and backhanded him. Wham! Harry flew backward, skidding across the stone. His jaw throbbed. "Too slow." Brunhilde taunted. "Is this the power of the air?" She charged again. Harry scrambled up. He cast a shield charm. Protego. Her sword shattered the shield like it was glass. She kicked him in the chest. Harry slammed into a stone pillar. He gasped, ribs screaming. "Get up!" Brunhilde roared. "Fight like a man." Harry looked at her. She was pure power. Pure aggression. She expected him to stand up and match her strength. She expected a wizard duel or a sword fight. Harry wiped blood from his mouth. He started to laugh. "You want me to fight like a man?" Harry wheezed. "Nah. I think I'll fight like a wizard." Brunhilde lunged for the kill. Harry didn't block. He dropped the spear. He reached into his pocket. Not for a wand. For a handful of dirt and ash he'd scooped up from the crash site. Obscuro. He didn't cast the spell on her eyes. He cast it on the dirt as he threw it. The handful of dust exploded into a massive, choking cloud of black smog. It engulfed Brunhilde instantly. "Dirty trick," she screamed, slashing blindly in the smoke. Harry moved. He moved silently. He didn't attack her. He attacked the environment. Glacius. He froze the ground under her feet. Brunhilde, blinded and enraged, took a step and slipped. Her heavy armor worked against her. She crashed onto her back with a metallic clang. Before she could rise, Harry was there. He didn't use a weapon. He used transfiguration. He slapped his hands onto her breastplate. Ferrum sticium. It was a made-up spell. A chaotic intent. Be a magnet. The stone beneath her became magnetic. Her armor slammed against the ground, pinning her. She struggled, grunting, but tons of magnetic force held her down. Harry knelt on her chest. He pulled a dagger, her own dagger, from her belt. He held it to her throat. The smog cleared. The circle of Valkyries went silent. Brunhilde stared up at him, her eyes wide with shock and fury. You cheated. You threw dirt. You used magic tricks. I won, Harry panted, pressing the blade slightly against her skin. You're on the ground. I'm holding the knife. In a war, that means you're dead. This is not honor, she spat. Harry leaned in close. His eyes flared green. Honor didn't save my parents, Harry whispered. Honor didn't save Cedric. And honor won't save Hogwarts. He stood up. He cancelled the magnetism spell with a flick of his hand. He tossed the dagger aside. I don't want to be the king of Ash, Brunhilde. I want to save my people. If that makes me a villain, fine. I'll be the villain. He reached out a hand to help her up. But I'll be the villain who wins. Are you coming? Brunhilde looked at his hand. She looked at her sisters. She looked at the fire in Harry's eyes. She saw the shadow of Loki, the cunning. But she also saw the shadow of Odin, the resolve. She grabbed his hand. Her grip was like a vice. You fight like a gutter rat, she grunted, hauling herself up. Thank you, Harry smiled. Brunhilde turned to her sisters. She raised her sword. The heir has spoken. She bellowed. He is a liar. A cheat. And a survivor. The Valkyries cheered. It was a bloodthirsty sound. We ride. Brunhilde screamed. To war. Location, the skies above Scotland, transit 10 minutes later, the sky was filled with thunder. Not from clouds, but from wings. Harry was riding behind Sif on Cloud Kicker. He held on to her waist, the wind whipping his face. To his left, Brunhilde led a wedge formation of 50 armored Valkyries. To his right, the army of rejects was clinging to the backs of other Pegasi. The troll was riding a massive Clydesdale-sized winged horse, looking absolutely terrified but screaming a war cry anyway. Malek was dual-wielding stolen pistols, standing on the back of a hippogriff. ETA 5 minutes. Sif shouted over the wind. We are crossing the boundary. Harry looked ahead. He could see the smoke. Hogwarts was under siege. From this altitude, it looked like a toy castle being kicked by a bully. The magical shield, usually invisible, was visible now as a shimmering, cracking dome of white light. Hammering against it were the destroyers. Tyr's frigates. Sleek, shark-like ships circling the school, firing continuous beams of green energy. And on the ground, armies. Legions of gold soldiers marching across the snow-covered grounds. Frost giants bashing against the gates. It's worse than I thought, Harry muttered. The shield is going to fail. Then we hit them before it does. Sif yelled. Valkyries. Weapons free. Wait. Harry shouted. He looked at the fleet. There were too many ships. At least 20. The Valkyries were tough, but they were bringing swords to a spaceship fight. We need to disrupt their formation. Harry said. Sif. Get me to the lead ship. The destroyer class. Sif looked back. That's suicide. It's Tuesday. Harry grinned. Let's go. Harry amplified his voice with magic. All units. Ignore the ground troops. We own the sky. Target the engines. Dive. 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 The formation broke. 50 winged warriors and a motley crew of aliens dove out of the clouds like avenging angels. Location, Hogwarts, the viaduct courtyard. Neville Longbottom was bleeding from his ears. Maintaining the wards of Hogwarts against an orbital bombardment wasn't just tiring, it was physically crushing. He stood in the center of the courtyard, his feet literally sunk into the stone, vines wrapped around his legs, anchoring him to the earth. His hands were raised, pushing against the sky. Every time a laser blast hit the shield, Neville felt it in his bones. "I can't hold it," Neville gasped. Hermione was beside him, casting restorative charms on him like a machine gun. "You have to, Neville. If the shield drops, the castle is dust." Ron was commanding the student archers on the battlements. "Incoming. South Tower. Reducto." A squad of students fired spells at a skiff that was trying to land troops on the roof. The skiff exploded, showering the courtyard with debris. "We're running out of ammo," Seamus Finnegan yelled, his face covered in soot. "And by ammo, I mean I'm running out of happiness to cast patron uses at the Dementors." Yeah, Dementors were there too. Swarming the perimeter like flies. "Look!" Luna Lovegood pointed at the sky. The clouds above the lake shattered. A white streak plummeted from the heavens. Then another. Then 50. "Is that, angels?" a first-year asked. "No," Ron grinned, lowering his binoculars. "That's the cavalry. The Valkyries hit the enemy fleet. It was chaos. Beautiful, violent chaos. Brunhilde led the charge. She didn't shoot spells. She flew her horse straight at the cockpit of a frigate. At the last second, the horse pulled up, and she threw her spear. It punched through the glass, impaling the pilot. The ship swerved and crashed into another ship. Yeah! The students cheered. Then, they saw him. Harry. He wasn't riding a horse anymore. He was free-falling. He dropped from Sif's mount directly onto the hull of a destroyer. He landed in a roll, coming up with the golden spear. "Is he, surfing a spaceship?" Hermione shrieked. Location, enemy destroyer, hull. Harry was, in fact, surfing a spaceship. The wind threatened to peel him off the metal, but he used a sticking charm on his boots. "Knock knock!" Harry yelled. He aimed the spear at the deck plating. "Bombarda!" He blasted a hole in the roof. He dropped inside. Inside the ship, it was a corridor full of startled soldiers. "Hi," Harry said. "Bye." He slammed his hand on the wall. "De primo." He blew out the bulkhead. Air rushed out. Soldiers were sucked out into the sky, screaming. Harry grabbed a support beam. He fought his way to the engine controls. He didn't know how to fly this thing, but he knew how to break it. He slashed the console with the spear. Sparks flew. The ship tilted. It began to list heavily to the right. Harry ran back to the hole in the roof. "Sif! Pick up!" Sif swooped down on Cloudkicker. Harry jumped. She caught his arm and hauled him up behind her. Behind them, the destroyer spiraled down and crashed into the frozen lake, cracking the ice and sending a tsunami of slush over the frost giants. "That's one!" Harry yelled. 19 to go. The air battle was intense. The Valkyries were weaving between laser fire. The troll had jumped off his horse and was currently on top of a skiff, ripping the turret off with his bare hands and beating the pilot with it. "This is the best day of my life," the troll roared. But the victory was short-lived. Suddenly, the air turned cold. Colder than the casket of ancient winters. A shadow fell over the battlefield. Harry looked up. Hovering above the astronomy tower was a figure. It wasn't a ship. It was a man. Voldemort. But he had changed again. The symbiote darkness Harry had seen before had fully consumed him. He was a mass of shifting, oily black shadows, with two burning red eyes in the center. He looked like a hole in reality. He raised a hand. Enough, Voldemort's voice boomed. It wasn't a shout. It was a psychic shockwave. A pulse of black energy rippled out from him. It hit the Valkyries. Horses screamed. Several Valkyries simply withered. Their armor rusted, their skin turned gray, and they fell from the sky, dead before they hit the ground. No! Harry screamed. Brunhilde swerved to avoid the wave. What is that magic? It smells of Nibelheim. Of death. Voldemort floated down. He didn't target the ships. He targeted the magic itself. He pointed at the shield dome covering Hogwarts. Break. He spoke a single word of power. Not a spell. A command. The shield didn't crack. It shattered. Millions of shards of light rained down on the castle. Neville, in the courtyard, screamed as the feedback hit him. He collapsed, blood pouring from his nose. The shield is down. Sif yelled. Harry. They are exposed. Tyr's remaining ships swiveled their guns. They aimed at the castle. Fire, Tyr's voice commanded from the ground. Beams of green energy hammered the castle. The astronomy tower exploded. The bridge collapsed. We have to stop him. Harry shouted. Drop me on the tower. I need to get to Voldemort. He will kill you. Sif argued, banking hard to avoid a seeker missile. Look at him. He is an avatar of death. He's still Tom Riddle. Harry yelled. He still has an ego. I have to draw his fire. Harry stood up on the back of the Pegasus. Get ready to catch me. Harry jumped. He didn't aim for a ship. He aimed for the tallest tower still standing. The Gryffindor Tower. He landed on the battlements, stumbling. He looked up at Voldemort, who was hovering 50 feet away. Hey! Harry screamed. Tom! You ugly snake-faced git! Voldemort turned slowly. The shifting shadows calmed slightly, revealing his pale, monstrous face. Harry, Voldemort smiled. It was a jagged, horrific smile. You brought flies to a dragon fight. I brought an army, Harry retorted, raising his spear. And I brought you a present. Oh. Voldemort floated closer. And what is that? My foot up your ass, Harry muttered. He didn't attack Voldemort directly. He knew he couldn't beat that level of dark magic with a spear. He attacked the space around Voldemort. Harry reached into his pocket. He pulled out a handful of the runestones he had swiped from the Valkyrie. Runes of sunlight. Runes of flash. He threw them. Lumos Maxima. He detonated the runes. It was like a miniature star exploded in Voldemort's face. The dark shadows recoiled, shrieking. Voldemort hissed, covering his eyes. The light burned the darkness away for a second. Now! Harry yelled to the Valkyries. Target him. 10 Valkyries dove. They threw their spears. The spears, blessed silver, struck Voldemort. They pierced the shadow. Voldemort roared in pain. Black blood rained down. Insolent insects. Voldemort shrieked. The shadows exploded outward. Tentacles of darkness lashed out, grabbing 3 of the Valkyries and crushing them against the tower walls. But he was hurt. He was distracted. Harry saw his chance. But before he could move, the ground shook. A massive hand, a hand made of gold and metal, gripped the edge of the tower. Tyr pulled himself up. The god of war had climbed the castle walls. He looked battered. His armor was scorched, his beard burned away, and he was limping. But he was alive. And he was holding the broken shaft of Gungnir like a club. Harry looked at Voldemort in the air. He looked at Tyr on the wall. He was pinched. Well, Harry said, backing up until his back hit the stone parapet. This is awkward. Tyr stepped onto the roof. You crashed my ship. Voldemort lowered himself. You burned my shadow. They both looked at Harry. We are going to tear you apart, Tyr promised. Slowly. Harry looked at Sif, circling above, unable to get close because of Voldemort's aura. He looked at the burning school below. He realized then that conventional warfare was over. He couldn't outfight them. He couldn't outfly them. He needed a bigger board. You know, Harry said, his voice trembling but loud. You guys rely too much on location. What? Tyr growled, stepping closer. Harry looked down at the courtyard. At the roots of the castle. At the connection he had felt earlier. Earth, Harry said. It restricts me. Physics. Gravity. All that boring stuff. He closed his eyes. He reached out. Not to the staff. Not to his wand. He reached to the world tree. To the tear he had made earlier to get here. Don't just open a door, the Loki voice whispered. Tear down the wall. Merge them, the Odin voice commanded. Make the realms one. Harry opened his eyes. They were blinding white. If you want a war of gods, Harry said, his voice echoing with the sound of 1,000 bells. Then let's fight in the realm of gods. He slammed his hands onto the stone of the tower. Convergence. The world turned white. The sky didn't just break. It dissolved. The reality of Hogwarts and the reality of Asgard slammed together. Physics broke. The tower Harry was standing on stretched, twisted, and suddenly, he wasn't looking at the Scottish mountains anymore. He was looking at a waterfall falling into space. But the castle was still there. Hogwarts had merged with Asgard. And in the distance, looming over the merged landscape, was the Golden Palace. Harry stood up. The air was rich with magic. His fatigue vanished. He looked at Tyr and Voldemort. Welcome to my house, Harry said. And for the first time, the god of war looked nervous. Chapter 8 End. Chapter 9, The Convergence. Okay, forget everything you know about geography. Forget maps. Forget compasses. Forget the concept of up and down. Because when you smash a Scottish boarding school for wizards into a mythic golden realm that exists outside of normal time, physics doesn't just break. It packs its bags, leaves a rude note, and moves to another universe. The flash of white light from Harry's spell faded, but the world didn't go back to normal. Harry was standing on the battlements of what used to be the astronomy tower. Except now, the tower wasn't pointing at the Scottish sky. It was pointing sideways, jutting out like a spear into a sea of stars that swirled with nebulas of purple and gold. Below him, or maybe beside him, it was hard to tell, the Great Lake was gone. In its place was a waterfall. But not a normal waterfall. This was an ocean of water cascading off the edge of a floating continent, falling into an infinite void of space. The water turned into mist, then into ice, then into stardust as it fell. And the castle. Hogwarts had merged with the Golden Palace of Asgard. Imagine if a Gothic cathedral had a baby with a futuristic golden skyscraper, and that baby was raised by M.C. Escher. Stone gargoyles were perched on top of gleaming gold spires. The moving staircases of the grand staircase were now weaving through the air, connecting floating islands of rock and gold. The Quidditch pitch was suspended in mid-air, held up by massive anti-gravity runestones, with a view of 3 different moons. Whoa, Harry breathed. He looked at his hands. They were glowing. But it wasn't the flicker of a dying flashlight anymore. It was a steady, roaring furnace. The air here was thick with magic. It tasted like ozone and honey. Every breath Harry took felt like drinking an energy potion. He wasn't tired. His broken wrist? He flexed it. It snapped back into place with a sickening crunch that didn't hurt at all. His cut sealed up. He felt the castle. He felt the palace. They were one thing now. And he was the battery. You. The voice came from behind him. Harry turned. Tyr was standing on a floating chunk of masonry about 20 feet away. The god of war looked diminished. Not weak, but small. Against the backdrop of this cosmic insanity, his golden armor looked like a costume. He was staring around wild-eyed, gripping the broken shaft of Gungnir like a lifeline. You merged the realms, Tyr whispered, his voice shaking with a mix of rage and genuine horror. You dragged Asgard into Midgard. You have polluted the sacred land. I didn't pollute it, Harry said, walking toward him. He didn't need to check his footing. The air itself hardened under his boots to support him. I renovated it. It was a bit stuffy, don't you think? Voldemort was there too, hovering in a cloud of agitated black smoke near a golden pillar. But the Dark Lord looked uncomfortable. The sheer amount of light, magic radiating from the golden realm was burning his shadow form. This light. Voldemort hissed, shielding his red eyes. It burns. Yeah, it's called holy fire, Tom, Harry smirked. You might be allergic. Voldemort looked at Harry, then at the massive, glowing roots of the world tree that were now visible, twisting through the foundation of the merged castle. The roots pulsated with raw power. The source, Voldemort murmured. He ignored Harry. He ignored Tyr. He dove. He turned into a bolt of black smoke and shot straight down, weaving through the floating debris, heading for the roots beneath the castle. Coward! Tyr roared. Stand and fight. Let him go, Harry said. I'll deal with the snake later. Right now, I'm looking at the guy who broke my stick. Harry stopped 10 feet from Tyr. This is my house now, Tyr. My rules. And rule number 1, no gods allowed unless invited. Tyr laughed. It was a brittle, jagged sound. You think because you changed the wallpaper, you can defeat me? I am war. I am the strategy in the mind of every killer. I am the strength in every sword arm. This realm answers to me. Tyr raised his hand. Legions. To me. His voice boomed across the floating islands. From the golden spires, thousands of winged figures dropped. Not Valkyries. These were Tyr's personal guard. The Einherjar. And from the twisted, frozen forests of the Hogwarts grounds, the frost giants roared, climbing the floating rocks like ants. Harry looked at the swarm. Okay, Harry cracked his knuckles. You brought friends. I brought class. Harry grabbed the air. He didn't use a wand. He used the castle. Protocol, Dungeon Master. The castle groaned. Location, the hybrid courtyard, Ground Zero. Neville Longbottom was having a very weird day. 1 minute he was bleeding out in the snow. The next, the snow was gone, replaced by golden grass that chimed when the wind blew. The stone walls of the courtyard had fused with gold plating. And the plants. Neville touched the ground. The vines he had summoned earlier were changing. They weren't just earth vines anymore. They were drinking the Asgardian ambient magic. The vines turned silver. Thorns the size of daggers sprouted from them. The whomping willow, which was now floating on a rock island above the courtyard, shook itself like a wet dog. Its branches turned into metallic whips. Neville! Hermione shouted, running over. She was holding a tablet that was sparking. The readings. The magical density is off the charts. We're in a pocket dimension. I know. Neville stood up. He felt strong. He felt like he could bench press a Hagrid. Where are they? Everywhere. Ron yelled, pointing his wand. A dropship, one of the few remaining Tyr loyalist skiffs, screamed over the wall, firing green lasers at the Hufflepuffs who were taking cover behind a golden fountain. "Not in my garden!" Neville roared. He slammed his hands on the ground. "Venomous Maxima!" The Whomping Willow heard him. The tree lashed out. Its branches extended hundreds of feet, glowing with green energy. It swatted the skiff out of the air like a fly. Crash! The ship spun and slammed into a floating clock tower. "Awesome," Ron breathed. But the ground troops were advancing. A battalion of gold soldiers marched across a bridge made of rainbow light that connected the Forbidden Forest to the entrance hall. "Hold the line!" Ginny Weasley shouted, leading the DA. Use the terrain. The students weren't scared anymore. They were adapting. Seamus Finnegan pointed his wand at the rainbow bridge. "Bombarda!" The bridge didn't break. It vibrated. "It's solid light." Hermione yelled. "You can't blow it up. You have to refract it." "Refract?" Seamus looked confused. "Like a prism?" "Luna!" Hermione shouted. "Your earrings!" "The Spectrospecs!" Luna Lovegood drifted over, looking unbothered by the apocalypse. "Yes. Throw them." Luna tossed her glasses. Hermione caught them. She cast an enlargement charm on the lenses until they were the size of shields. Seamus. Hit the lens. Seamus fired his explosion spell into the giant glass lens. The beam hit the glass, split into 1,000 tiny lasers, and scattered across the bridge. It was a disco ball of destruction. The refracted beams hit the gold soldiers, burning through their armor, blinding them, knocking them off the bridge into the void below. "Science!" Hermione screamed, pumping her fist. Suddenly, the ground shook. A frost giant, a big one, maybe 20 feet tall, climbed over the wall. It roared, freezing the golden grass instantly. It raised a club made of black ice. "I got this." A blur of gray and green shot past Neville. It was the troll. The one Harry had freed. He was wearing a Hufflepuff scarf tied around his head like a bandana. The troll didn't have a weapon. He just jumped. He tackled the frost giant. They rolled around the courtyard, crushing statues and benches. The troll was smaller, but he fought dirty. He bit the giant's nose. He gouged its eyes. "For the Badger House," the troll roared. Neville looked at Ron. "Did we recruit a troll?" "I think Harry did," Ron shrugged, firing a stunner at a sniper. "Just go with it." Location: the grand staircase, the ascent. Harry and Sif were running. Well, running was a strong word. They were parkouring up a staircase that was actively trying to rearrange itself. "The throne room is at the top of the great spire." Sif yelled, jumping a gap as a staircase swung away from them. "Tyr will have his elite guard waiting." "Good!" Harry yelled back. He vaulted over a banister, landing on a floating platform. "I hate waiting." They were climbing the central tower of the merged castle. It was a dizzying spiral of marble and gold. Below them, the battle raged. Above them, the massive double doors of the throne room, formerly the Great Hall, loomed. But standing in their way were the Valkyrie killers. 3 massive automatons. They looked like the Destroyer, but sleeker. Faster. They were made of black metal and held scythes that crackled with red electricity. "Guardians," Sif hissed, skidding to a halt. "They are immune to physical damage. And magic just feeds them." "Everything has a weakness," Harry said. He looked at the automatons. They were blocking the stairs. "They run on runic logic," Sif explained. "You have to disrupt the command sequence." "Logic," Harry grinned. "I'm great at logic. Watch this." Harry stepped forward. The automatons turned their faceless heads toward him. Target identified, they buzzed in unison. Eliminate. They raised their scythes. Harry didn't raise a weapon. He raised his hand. Hey! Harry shouted. This statement is false. The automatons paused. Their processors whirred. Error, one said. Paradox detected. New mission. Harry yelled. Calculate the last digit of pi. The automatons froze. Their red eyes flickered. Calculating. They droned. 3.14159. They stood there, scythes raised, completely immobilized as their magical brains tried to process an infinite number. Sif stared at Harry. Did you just math them to death? Muggles call it a logic bomb, Harry winked. Come on. They sprinted past the frozen robots. They reached the top of the stairs. The massive doors of the throne room were closed. They were 50 feet high, made of solid gold and oak, carved with the history of Asgard and Hogwarts. He's in there, Harry said. He could feel Tyr's aura. It was pulsing like a migraine. This is it, Sif drew her sword. She looked at Harry. You know he's going to try to kill you, right? Like, really kill you. He can try, Harry said. He reached out. He didn't push the doors. Alohomora, Harry whispered. The massive, god-tier doors clicked. The locks melted. The doors swung open with a groan that shook the tower. Location, the throne room, the final ring, the great hall was unrecognizable. The house tables were gone. The ceiling, which usually showed the sky, was gone. The room opened up directly into the cosmos. The floor was a long, polished expanse of obsidian. Floating candles had been replaced by burning braziers of blue fire. And at the far end, where the teacher's table used to be, sat the throne. Hlidskjaf. The high seat of Odin. It was massive, made of gold so bright it hurt to look at. And sitting on it was Tyr. He wasn't wearing his helmet anymore. His face was scarred, his beard singed. He looked tired. But he also looked incredibly dangerous. He held the broken Gungnir across his lap. Lining the hall were hundreds of soldiers. The absolute elite. The Praetorian Guard of Asgard. Harry and Sif stepped in. The doors slammed shut behind them. So, Tyr's voice echoed, amplified by the throne. The thief comes to steal the seat. I'm not stealing it, Harry said, walking down the center of the aisle. The soldiers turned to watch him, spears ready. I'm repossessing it. You missed a few payments. Insolence, Tyr stood up. He threw the broken staff aside. It clattered on the floor. I do not need the spear to break you, boy. I have the power of the throne. The castle feeds me now. Tyr stepped down from the dais. As he walked, his armor grew. Gold plates shifted and locked. He grew taller, his muscles swelling. He was channeling the ambient magic of the convergence. Sif, Tyr looked at her. Traitor. You stand with a half-breed against your own general. I stand with the king, Sif said, raising her sword. Then die with him, Tyr snapped his fingers. The soldiers charged. Sif. Harry yelled. I need him alone. Keep the crowd busy. Go. Sif screamed. She didn't wait. She charged the army. 1 woman against 100. But she wasn't fighting like a soldier anymore. She was fighting like a hurricane. She slid under spears, vaulted off shields, and used the low gravity of the room to bounce off the walls. Harry ignored the soldiers. He looked at Tyr. Tyr was walking toward him. The god of war raised his fist. It glowed with red energy. Harry dropped his spear. He didn't want a weapon. Let's settle this, Harry said. No armies. No ships. Just us. Tyr grinned. I was hoping you'd say that. Tyr lunged. He punched Harry. It wasn't a normal punch. It was a sonic boom. The impact hit Harry in the chest and sent him flying backward. Harry crashed through a stone pillar, turning it to dust. Harry groaned, rolling onto his knees. That hurt. That really hurt. Is that it? Tyr laughed, walking closer. Is that the power of the Chaos King? You are soft, Harry Potter. Mortal flesh. Harry stood up. He wiped blood from his mouth. He felt his ribs knitting back together. The realm was healing him as fast as Tyr damaged him. I'm not soft, Harry muttered. I'm rubber. Harry charged. Tyr swung again. Harry didn't dodge. He caught the fist. Boom. The shockwave cracked the floor. Harry's boots dug into the obsidian, sliding back a few inches, but he held the ground. Tyr's eyes widened. What? Harry looked up. His eyes were burning green and gold. My turn. Harry twisted his hips and delivered an uppercut that channeled the entire kinetic energy of the castle's movement. His fist connected with Tyr's jaw. Crack. Tyr was launched into the air. He flew 30 feet up and slammed into a floating chandelier. Tyr fell to the ground, landing on his back. He scrambled up, looking furious. Impossible. You cannot match my strength. I'm not matching it, Harry said, walking forward. I'm changing the rules. We're in a school, Tyr. And you're failing physics. Harry waved his hand. Gravity, 0. The gravity in the room turned off. Tyr floated up, flailing. He couldn't get traction. Harry, however, used a sticking charm on his boots. He stayed on the floor. Pull. Harry yelled. He grabbed a heavy brazier and threw it. It sailed through the air and hit the floating Tyr in the stomach. Tyr grunted, spinning in midair. He roared, and golden wings of energy sprouted from his back. He stabilized himself. Cheap tricks. Tyr dove at Harry, flying like a missile. Harry waited until the last second. Gravity, 10x. He slammed the gravity back on, magnified by 10. Tyr slammed into the ground. He hit the floor with enough force to create a crater. He tried to stand, but the weight was crushing him. His armor creaked. Harry walked to the edge of the crater. He looked down at the god of war, pinned by his own mass. Yield, Harry said. Tyr looked up. His face was purple with strain. But his eyes were full of hate. Never, Tyr wheezed. A king does not yield. Tyr reached into his armor. He pulled out a rune. A dark, jagged rune that smelled of rot. If I cannot rule. Tyr gasped. No one will. He crushed the rune. Ragnarok. The room exploded with red light. It wasn't an attack on Harry. It was a suicide pact. Tyr released a wave of pure destructive energy designed to collapse the pocket dimension. The floating islands outside began to crumble. The stars began to fall. You idiot! Harry screamed. You'll kill everyone. Better death than servitude. Tyr laughed, struggling to stand as the chaos swirled around him. The castle began to shake violently. Sif, fighting in the background, was knocked off her feet. Harry looked at the collapsing room. He looked at Tyr, who was burning with self-destructive power. Harry knew he couldn't stop the explosion with a shield. It was too big. He had to eat it. Okay, Harry whispered. Grandpa Loki said be a monster. Grandpa Odin said be a king. I'll be both. Harry jumped into the crater. He grabbed Tyr. He grabbed him by the throat and the breastplate. "Let go!" Tyr screamed, burning with red fire. "No," Harry snarled. Harry opened himself up. He opened the void inside him, the space where the two bloodlines met. He didn't block the energy. He drank it. He pulled the Ragnarok energy out of Tyr. He acted like a human lightning rod. Harry screamed. His skin began to crack, glowing with blinding light. His veins turned black, then gold, then green. The pain was infinite. It felt like swallowing a sun. "What are you doing?" Tyr shrieked, feeling his power draining away. "You'll die. You can't hold it. Watch me." Harry roared. He pulled harder. He stripped the divinity from Tyr. He stripped the God of War mantle right off the general's soul. Tyr withered. His armor fell off. His muscles shrank. He turned from a giant into an old, broken man. Harry stood there, holding the entire energy of a god bomb inside his chest. He was glowing so bright Sif had to look away. Harry looked at the ceiling. At the cosmos. He needed to vent. Expelliarmus. It was the most basic spell. But powered by a god soul. Harry fired a beam of energy from his chest into the sky. The beam punched through the roof of the Great Hall. It shot into space. It hit a passing moon and shattered it. The recoil drove Harry into the ground. The shaking stopped. The red light faded. Silence returned to the throne room. Tyr lay on the floor, shivering, naked from the waist up, stripped of his power. He looked at Harry with pure terror. Harry stood in the center of the crater. He was smoking. His clothes were gone, replaced by a manifestation of armor made of pure magic, green and gold plates that faded as he calmed down. Harry walked over to the throne. He sat down. It fit. The moment his butt hit the gold seat, a pulse went through the realm. Every soldier, every student, every giant felt it. The king is seated. The fighting stopped. The gold soldiers dropped their spears. They fell to their knees. They knew the signature of the All-Father. And it was coming from the boy. Sif walked over to the crater. She dragged the broken Tyr out and threw him at the foot of the dais. "It is done," Sif said, breathing hard, blood dripping from her sword. "You did it. You beat him." Harry sat on the throne, leaning his head on his hand. He felt exhausted. But he also felt complete. "Not yet," Harry whispered. He looked down. Through the floor. Through the rock. He could feel the roots of Yggdrasil. And he could feel something eating them. "Tom," Harry said. Harry stood up. The authority of the throne rushed into him. "Sif. Secure the prisoners. Lock Tyr in the broom cupboard." "I don't care." "Where are you going?" Sif asked. Harry summoned a new weapon. The ambient magic swirled in his hand, forming a sword. Not a staff. A sword of pure starlight. "The basement," Harry said. "I have a snake to kill." Chapter 9 End. Chapter 10, The God King of Two Worlds. You know that feeling when you finish a really hard exam, walk out of the classroom, and realize you left your car keys inside, and also the classroom is on fire, and also your car is actually a dragon that hates you. That was Harry Potter's mood as he descended from the golden high of the throne room into the bowels of the castle. Winning the throne was the easy part. Beating up Tyr. Cathartic. Merging two dimensions. A logistical nightmare, but flashy. But now came the janitorial work. And by janitorial work, I mean scrubbing a parasitic, soul-sucking dark wizard off the literal foundation of the universe. Harry walked alone. Sif had tried to follow him. Scourge had offered to bring his axe. Even the troll, whose name, Harry learned, was Kevin, had volunteered to punch the bad snake man. Harry had told them all to stay. This wasn't a skirmish. This was a surgery. And you don't bring a wrecking crew into the operating theater. The deeper Harry went, the weirder things got. He passed the dungeons where the Slytherins usually hung out. The stone walls were sweating. Not water, but a thick, black ichor that smelled like burning tires and old graves. The torches on the walls weren't burning orange anymore, they were burning a sickly, radioactive violet. He reached the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. The sink in the girls' bathroom. Usually, you need Parseltongue to open it. Harry didn't bother hissing. He kicked the sink. Open, Harry commanded. The plumbing didn't slide open. It shattered. The pipes screamed as they twisted out of the way, terrified of the aura Harry was projecting. The hole to the deeps widened, not just a slide anymore, but a jagged tear in the floor. Harry jumped. He didn't slide. He floated. The king's authority was a handy thing. Gravity was just a suggestion now. He drifted down into the darkness. But he didn't stop at the chamber. He went deeper. Through the floor of the chamber, past the skeletons of small animals, past the fossilized remains of the basilisk, which looked tiny now, and into the crust of the realm itself. The rock gave way to wood. Massive, ancient, impossible wood. Roots. The roots of Yggdrasil. The world tree. They were colossal. Each root was the size of a subway train, pulsing with a golden light that was dimming, choked by veins of black rot. The air here was heavy. It pressed against Harry's skin like deep water. It whispered. A billion voices, past, present, future, murmuring in the dark. And at the center of the web of roots, standing on a platform of twisted bark suspended over a glowing abyss, was Voldemort. He had changed again. If Tyr was the embodiment of, I hit things hard, Voldemort was the embodiment of, I hate existence. He wasn't human anymore. He had fused with the roots. His lower body was a mass of black tentacles that burrowed into the golden wood of the world tree, sucking the light out of it. His upper body was elongated, skeletal, his pale skin stretched tight over bones that shifted like gears. A crown of black thorns grew from his skull. He was drinking the universe. You took your time, Harry, Voldemort's voice rasped. It didn't come from his mouth. It came from the walls. It came from the rot. I was worried you'd get lost in your new palace. Harry landed on a thick root about 20 yards away. He held his sword of starlight loosely at his side. The light from the blade was the only pure thing in this cavern of decay. I was busy taking out the trash upstairs, Tom, Harry said, his voice calm. Tyr is in a broom closet. The fleet is scrap metal. It's just us chickens. Voldemort turned his head. His neck cracked loud enough to echo. His red eyes were burning with a new, terrifying intelligence. He wasn't insane anymore. He was transcendent. Tyr was a fool, Voldemort dismissed. He fought for a chair. He fought for land. He didn't understand that the land is just the skin of the apple. The power, the juice, is here. Voldemort raised a hand. A stream of liquid gold, pure magic extracted from the tree, flowed from a wounded root into his palm. He drank it. His aura flared. The cavern shook. I am eating the history of the 9 realms, Harry, Voldemort smiled, black ichor dripping from his lips. I can taste Odin's secrets. I can taste the birth of the stars. And soon, I will taste you. Harry looked at the damage. The black rot was spreading fast. If it reached the core of the tree, the realms wouldn't just separate, they would die. Withering into grey dust. You're not a god, Tom, Harry said, stepping forward. You're a tick. A parasite. You find something strong and you latch on because you're empty inside. Empty. Voldemort laughed. I am full. I contain multitudes. He lashed out. He didn't use a wand. He used the roots. 10 massive wooden tendrils, corrupted by dark magic, shot toward Harry like spears. Harry didn't dodge. He slashed. The starlight sword hummed. Shing. 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 Harry moved with the fluid grace of the trickster. He danced between the striking roots, severing them with surgical precision. The severed ends screamed, a high-pitched wail, and bled black sludge. Is that it? Harry taunted, leaping over a sweeping tentacle. I thought you were eating the universe. You fight like a gardener having a bad day. Arrogance. Voldemort roared. The shadows around Voldemort coalesced. They took shapes. Inferi. No. These were worse. They were memories pulled from the tree. Shadowy figures rose from the bark. A woman with red hair. A man with messy glasses. A tall man with a long beard. A grim man with a dog's bark. Lily. James. Dumbledore. Sirius. But they were twisted. Their eyes were black pits. Their mouths were sewn shut with thorns. Kill him, Voldemort commanded his puppets. Show him the love he clings to. The shadow constructs charged. Harry froze. Seeing them, even knowing they were fake. It hit him like a physical blow. The Odin part of his brain, the cold, tactical general, screamed they are illusions. Strike them down. But the Harry part? The boy who lived in a cupboard. That part hesitated. Mom. Harry whispered. Shadow Lily reached him. She didn't hug him. She drove a spike of hardened shadow wood toward his heart. Harry barely deflected it. The spike grazed his arm, tearing the magical armor. They hate you, Harry, Voldemort whispered, his voice slithering into Harry's ear. They died because you were weak. They are rotting in the ground while you play king. Shadow Sirius lunged, his face twisted in a rictus of agony. Shadow Dumbledore cast a blast of rotting magic. Harry backpedaled. He parried. He dodged. But he didn't strike back. He couldn't bring himself to cut through his mother's face. Fight back. The Loki voice screamed in his head. They are lies. I am the Lord of Lies, and I tell you this is a cheap parlor trick. Burn them. I can't. Harry yelled aloud. A root smashed into Harry from the side. Wham! Harry flew across the cavern. He slammed into the trunk of the World Tree. The impact knocked the wind out of him. He slid down, gasping. Voldemort floated closer, surrounded by his family of horrors. This is why you fail, Voldemort gloated. You are tethered to the dead. I have cut my strings. I am free. Voldemort raised his hand. The shadows prepared to finish Harry off. Harry looked up. He looked at Shadow Lily. He remembered the real Lily. The flash of green light. The scream. He closed his eyes. He breathed in. The air smelled of rot. But underneath it, underneath the death, there was something else. The tree itself. It was alive. It was ancient. And it was pissed. Harry felt a connection snap into place. Not the chaotic connection of Loki. Not the commanding connection of Odin. The connection of Neville. Earth magic. The guardian of the root. Harry realized something. He wasn't just in Asgard. He was under Hogwarts. This was Neville's turf too. Hey, Nev, Harry whispered into the wood against his back. Can you hear me? Far above, in the courtyard, Neville Longbottom paused in his healing of a Hufflepuff. He felt a vibration in his feet. A request. A permission slip. Neville grinned. He slammed his hand on the earth. Give them hell, Harry. Back in the abyss. Harry opened his eyes. They weren't green or gold. They were brown. The color of soil. You're right, Tom, Harry said, standing up. The roots behind him began to glow. I am tethered. But tethers don't just hold you down. Harry gripped his sword. They pull you up. The World Tree responded. It wasn't a spell Harry cast. It was the tree rejecting the infection. Golden sap exploded from the walls. The shadow constructs shrieked as the light hit them. Shadow Lily dissolved into golden dust. Shadow James smiled, actually smiled, before fading away. Voldemort recoiled, shielding his eyes. What is this? The tree obeys me. The tree tolerates you, Harry corrected. Like a bad rash. Harry stepped forward. The golden sap flowed around him, repairing his armor, knitting his wounds. The sword in his hand changed. It absorbed the golden light. It grew longer, heavier. It wasn't just starlight anymore. It was a blade of pure history. Let's try this again, Harry said. No ghosts. Just you and me. The parasite against the gardener. Voldemort shrieked, a sound of pure inhuman rage. He abandoned the human facade. He exploded. His body burst apart, expanding into a massive, writhing hydra of black snakes and rot. He filled the cavern. He was a mountain of darkness, with 1,000 red eyes opening in the gloom. I will unmake you. The voice was everywhere. I will erase the name Potter from the saga of time. Massive jaws of shadow snapped at Harry. Harry didn't run. He jumped. He launched himself straight at the center of the mass. Come on then. Harry roared. He dove into the darkness. Inside the Voldemort cloud, it was freezing. It was a blizzard of hate. Spells flew at him from every direction, Avada Kedavra, Crucio, curses lost to time. Harry deflected them. He spun. He slashed. Left. Right. Parry. Rip. He was a whirlwind of gold in a sea of black. He felt the Loki blood singing. Yes. Chaos. Into the belly of the beast. He felt the Odin blood nodding. Strike true. The heart is exposed. Harry saw it. Deep inside the swirling mass of shadows, there was a core. A single, human soul. Shriveled. Maimed. Terrified. Tom Riddle. He was hiding behind all the power. Behind the monster. Harry reached the core. The giant shadow head of Voldemort formed in front of him, blocking the way. You cannot kill death. Harry stopped. He hovered in the void, face to face with the monster. I'm not trying to kill death, Harry said softly. I'm the master of death. We're on a first-name basis. Harry raised his sword. But he didn't swing it. He held it point down. You want to be part of the tree? Harry asked. You want to be eternal? Harry's eyes flashed, Loki green and Odin gold mixing into a blinding white. Granted. Harry plunged the sword, not into Voldemort. Into himself. He stabbed the blade through his own chest. Voldemort paused. What? Harry gasped. It hurt. Infinite pain. But he channeled it. He acted as the bridge. I am the convergence, Harry choked out, blood bubbling on his lips. I am the connection between the root and the fruit. He grabbed Voldemort's shadow essence with his free hand. And I am dragging you into the light. Harry pulled. He pulled the entire massive, dark entity through his own soul and into the sword. Voldemort screamed. It wasn't a scream of pain. It was a scream of deletion. No. I am God. I am, You are past tense, Harry whispered. The sword flared. It acted as a grounding rod. It took the corruption of Voldemort and fired it, not out, but into the purification fire of the World Tree's core. The tree accepted the offering. It ate Voldemort. It stripped the dark magic, dissolved the Horcruxes, burned away the ego, and turned Tom Riddle into nothing but raw, recycled magical energy. The darkness vanished. The cavern turned blinding white. Harry floated there, the sword still in his chest. He felt light. He felt the heavy presence of the Dark Lord vanish from his scar. For the first time in 16 years, silence. He pulled the sword out. The wound sealed instantly, filled with golden light. Harry fell. He landed on the soft bark of a root. He lay there, staring up at the glowing ceiling of the cavern. Checkmate, Harry whispered. Then, he passed out. Location, the Great Hall, throne room. 2 hours later, waking up this time was better. No water. No chains. Just the smell of bacon. Harry opened his eyes. He was lying on a transfigured cot in the middle of the throne room. The room was bustling. Students, Valkyries, rebels, and teachers were mingling. It looked like the world's weirdest refugee camp. He's awake. Neville's voice. Harry sat up. Ow. Easy, Tiger. Sif pushed him back down gently. She was sitting on the edge of the cot, looking tired but happy. She had a bandage on her forehead and was cleaning her nails with a dagger. Did we win? Harry asked, rubbing his chest. There was no scar there. Just smooth skin. We won, Sif nodded. Voldemort is gone. The readings say his magical signature has completely ceased to exist across all timelines. I recycled him, Harry mumbled. Turned him into fertilizer. Fitting, Sif smirked. And the realms? Harry looked around. The view outside the windows was still cosmic. That's the complication. Hermione appeared, holding a stack of scrolls. She looked stressed, but in her element. Harry, the convergence, it stabilized. Stabilized? You poured too much power into the merge, Hermione explained, tapping a scroll. Hogwarts and the Golden Palace are fused. Permanently. We can't separate them without tearing reality apart. Harry blinked. So, we're stuck in space. No, Hermione shook her head. We're in a pocket dimension anchored to Scotland. We can open doors to Earth. We can open doors to the 9 realms. We're a hub. A bridge. Harry sat up again, ignoring Sif's protest. He swung his legs over the side of the cot. He looked at the crowd. Gryffindors were trading chocolate frogs with Asgardian warriors. Luna Lovegood was teaching a frost giant how to braid flowers into his beard. The giant looked confused but delighted. Scourge was arm-wrestling Hagrid. The table was losing. Tyr was sweeping the floor. Why is the god of war holding a broom? Harry asked. Punishment, Sif said. He wanted to serve. Now he serves. He's on cleaning duty for the next 3,000 years. Harry laughed. It felt good. He stood up. The room went silent. Everyone turned to look at him. The students. The teachers. The warriors. The Valkyries. They didn't cheer. They didn't clap. They bowed. Not a stiff, formal bow. A deep, respectful bow. Even Malfoy, who was hiding in the back, dipped his head. Harry felt the weight of it. The responsibility. He walked toward the throne. The massive golden chair sat empty. He reached it. He turned around. Okay, Harry said, his voice amplified by the room's acoustics. Here's the deal. He leaned on the throne, casual, unbothered. Voldemort is dead. Tyr is fired. And I am, apparently, in charge. A ripple of laughter went through the crowd. I don't know how to be a king, Harry admitted. I barely passed potions. But I know how to be stubborn. He looked at Sif. He looked at Neville. He looked at his friends. We aren't going back to how things were. The statute of secrecy is broken. The worlds know about each other now. That scares people. And scared people do stupid things. Harry sat down. He crossed his legs. So, we're going to be the shield. Hogwarts. Asgard, whatever we call this place now, it's a sanctuary. For wizards. For gods. For anyone who needs a home. He looked at the Valkyries. Brunhilde. You run the air defense. No one enters our sky without permission. Done, Brunhilde shouted, raising a tankard. Neville. You run the ground. If it grows, you command it. Neville nodded, looking fierce. Hermione. You figure out the paperwork. I hate paperwork. Hermione rolled her eyes, but she was smiling. I've already started. Harry looked at Sif. And you? Sif walked up the dais. She stood next to the throne. She put a hand on his shoulder. I am the sword, Sif said. Where you point, I strike. And I make sure you don't do anything too stupid. Fair enough, Harry grinned. He leaned back. He was wearing a t-shirt he had transfigured earlier, a vintage Led Zeppelin shirt, under his royal armor. He looked ridiculous. He looked powerful. Grandpa Loki? Harry thought. Not bad, kid, the voice chuckled. A bit dramatic with the sword stabbing, but I'll give it a solid 8 out of 10 for flair. Grandpa Odin? You have chosen a hard path, the deep voice rumbled. But you walk it with your head high. You are worthy. Harry closed his eyes for a second. He wasn't the boy who lived anymore. He wasn't the chosen one. He opened his eyes. Green and gold burned bright. Long live the king, Scourge bellowed from the back. Long live the king. The room roared. Harry Potter, the Chaos King of Asgard and headmaster of the New World, smiled. All right, Harry said. Who wants pizza? I think I can transfigure a pepperoni the size of a shield. Chapter 10 End.